Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the June 8th, 2023 Special Planning Board meeting. If we could first please stand for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, as everyone's sure aware, tonight we're here for the Underhill Farms application. We are not going to limit the time of speakers, of how long you speak, but we do not want it going on and on and on. There's a lot of people here. I'm sure we're going to have a long evening, so we want to somewhat limit what you have to say. Keep it, as brief as you can. We've been talking about this application now for over 12 months. We've had our great professionals working on it. The town's hired consultants to look at the applicant's consultants' work. We've had 2 roundtable meetings with the advisory boards and other boards in town. So we've been looking at this for some time, and I know everybody's been following it. You don't have to look farther than the paper to see that people are interested in the application. We know everybody who's here tonight is here because they care about the town and they want what's best for the town. We might not always see eye to eye, but we please ask that everybody be respectful, just as Yorktown always is and has been. If you have something to say to someone else in the audience, we ask you to please take it outside so you don't distract from the rest of the meeting. We will not tolerate any personal attacks, any negative speech at all. Tonight we are here to hear from the public. I do have to make Tom's announcements or he'll get mad at me. Everybody can see the fire exits. This is not being broadcast live. It'll be available tomorrow, I think, on the cable channel. That being said, do I have a motion to open the public hearing for the Underhill Farms application?
Motion. Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening to the planning board members and to the town staff and consultants. My name is Mark Blanchard, attorney on behalf of the project. Our plan right now is to do a very brief overview of the project for the board's benefit and for the benefit of the public. First thing I'm going to start off with is just going through what we perceive to be what are defined benefits that the project is bringing into the town. For example, the first thing I'd like to bring up is the preservation and the adaptive reuse of the Underhill Mansion. Also, the preservation and the fixing and the adaptive reuse of the pond area. Right, we're making that space available to the public at no cost to the taxpayer. That's going to be borne by the developer for the life of that amenity. The second benefit is our compliance with the laws. We are fully compliant with the overlay district. We are actually fully compliant with the underlying R3 acreage and unit calculation. We're actually well below what we could be asking for, and we have not asked for a density incentive that is offered under the overlay. We're compliant with the overlay and the underlying zoning as is. We're talking the third benefit, and a very important benefit the project brings forward, is the complete redoing, fixing of the problematic, as it exists now, its current conditions, the problematic intersection at Underhill and Route 118. Thanks to the applicant, who's fronting the full financial burden, that intersection is going to be completely revised and will also benefit future yet unknown projects that are coming into the town. That was something very important to the board from the very beginning. Fourthly, we have a projected financial benefit to the town. We're estimating a $13 million increase in real property taxes for at least 10 years into the town. Fourthly, we're talking about, although we've taken a position publicly, which the town attorney is not here, the town attorney at one meeting did agree with us regarding the recreational fee. Though that remains in dispute, we are voluntarily issuing a $225,000 donation to the Town of Yorktown Parks and Recreation Department. Also, we're having the type of project that we are sponsoring. It's senior senior-friendly design with a portion that is senior-restricted housing. One condominium building, as per the requirements of the of the Fair Housing Act, sorry, wrong federal statute there, the Fair Housing Act, we will be compliant with the accounting measures. We will be able to restrict one building, and we are senior-friendly, senior marketing for the rest of the project. At the public informational hearing, we did hear from the citizens of Yorktown that want to downsize and stay here and stay in place. We're offering a much-needed housing stock for that purpose. And also, as it relates to seniors, we are offering parking for a yet-to-be-developed, but it has been approved, a senior center that's off-site, that's at the Beaver Ridge project adjacent to us, but we're going to have shared parking at our site. Those are a list of some of the benefits that I wanted to remind this board and the public that we are bringing forth. I'd now like to introduce Joe Rena. He's going to take over and do a brief overview of some changes to not changes, but to where the site plan stands today. Thank you.
Good evening, Joseph Rena, the Principal of Site Design Consultants, representing the developer for this project. The project is a 13.8 acre site located at the northwest of the intersection of Underhill Avenue and Salma River Road. The main entry point to the site, currently as it exists, is approximately at the middle of the frontage on Underhill Avenue. As you come into the site, on your left is the existing pond. To the right is the Underhill house. As you come in the main access drive and take it to the right or towards Swallow River Road, there's a parking area there, a large parking area, which for the most part will remain. That's along Swallow River Road. The access drive continues around the back of the property and brings you back into the front entry. There are some outlying buildings on the site which will not remain. Most of the front half of the site is currently developed in and where the existing buildings and roadways and parking exist. The west side of the site is mostly woodland, underbrush, and there are 3 small wetland areas within that portion of the site. The west side of the site of the property is bound by Glenrock Street, and lastly, there is an existing fire road that was constructed as part of the Beaver Ridge project, which is no longer passable, but runs through the property and will be relocated. The proposal is to construct a mixed-use development consisting of residential development, dwelling units, retail, and restaurant space, and office space. As stated, the main access, let me just get to the next slide. The main access will remain in its current position and its current condition, maintaining the existing stone walls and entry columns. A new access will be created further to the west, which will provide direct access to the townhouse units, but will be connected with the rest of the roadway system in the development. The project will consist of the restoration of the Underhill house at a cost of approximately $1 million and will be fitted with 5,500 square feet of retail office space and a 2,000 square foot restaurant. A total of 148 dwelling units are proposed. 48 3- and 4-bedroom townhouse units are proposed on the west side of the site. That's this portion here. 32 1- and 2-bedroom condominiums. This is the condominium building, which is in the center of the site. And then a 68 1- and 2- 3-bedroom unit apartment building will be behind the Underhill house and parallel to Solma River Road, which will have 8,100 square feet in the lower level. The total floor area ratio that we're proposing for this project is 0.48, which is below the .55 designated in the overlay code. The project is adjacent to other multifamily developments. To the south, you have Rochambeau Drive, which is 8.7, on the average of 8.7 units per acre. To the north is Beaver Ridge, which is 19.8 units per acre. This project, as proposed, is 10.7 units per acre, so we're on the lower end of that spectrum, but we fall right in there. So it's compatible with the adjoining uses to the north and the south, as well as adjoining downtown area. Some of the project amenities include open space, pathways, clubhouse in the condominium building, and 2 pools. As far as project infrastructure, there will be parking throughout the site, as you can see here and here, to accommodate residents and visitors, as well as for the commercial space. There will be parking underneath the apartment building and underneath the condominium building. The available parking, both on-site and what's available off-site, brings us over 100 spaces above what we really require for this project, and is totally code compliant. To the northwest corner here, there's a connection drive and pedestrian connection between this project and Beaver Ridge. This will also serve as a upgraded localized connection and emergency access, which we're eliminating, that currently is not usable because of its condition. This building here, shown here, is a senior center, which is not part of this project. However, we'll speak to that shortly. So as part of the infrastructure, there are 30 parking spaces along this edge here, which that senior center will have access to during certain hours of the day and week. Project utilities that will serve the project are town sewer, town water, and gas. We're going to make propose drainage improvements along Glenrock Street because the drainage there runs uncontrolled at this point. And we'll be providing stormwater management for the entire project. None exists at this point, so whatever we create will provide a positive benefit off-site, as well as create some green infrastructure for the project. We prepared a recreational analysis, which was based on the requirements of the R3 zone for usable open space, park, play, and passive recreation. And based on what we've determined, the project provides an excess of what is required by a large margin. Recognizing that this location is the southern gateway into the Heights area, Mr. Galero has found it important to preserve, to the greatest extent possible, the most visible part of the site along Underhill Avenue. So this green area will essentially remain the same or unchanged, except for enhancements, visual enhancements, and interactive experiences. Additionally, on this figure, we show the separation distance between the closest residences and buildings on our site, and that ranges from 165 to almost 400 feet. So there's quite a bit of separation distance between the existing residences on either Glenrock or on Rochambeau to the project. One of the additional enhancements that's proposed is at the intersection. A plaza area will be created. There's an existing gate and entry point here and steps. That's going to be maintained. And as I said, a plaza area is going to be created there. Lastly, I would like to say that in my 38 years representing development in Yorktown, that this is one of the best, if not the best, projects that I have represented or seen put forth, integrating preservation as well as thought-out planning, fully capturing the intent of the overlay provision. This is, I think, a great project for the town. At this point, I'm going to have Phil Greeley come up and give his presentation.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, staff, and fellow Yorktowners. My name is Philip Greeley. I am a principal with Collier's Engineering and Design, formerly Mazer Consulting. We're responsible for the traffic studies and improvements that are proposed as part of this project. I have a long history of projects in the town. I was involved with getting certain improvements implemented. Everybody that knows that the triangle intersection, the right turn lane in front of Cablevision, we were involved with that in approvals with New York State DOT. At the other end of town, the Lexington Avenue improvements, the right turn lane, and which provided some relief in the interim until DOT came along with their project at Pine Grove Court. And as well as the start of the process on the Lowe's project, started in this room, I guess, actually, with the town. We'll talk a little bit more about that also. So a lot of history here. So we prepared a detailed traffic study. That, together with the other documents in the documents, the reports that you have on your table, a couple of phone books worth of information that the board has been digesting over the last 14 months in various meetings. So in our traffic study, which was prepared at the same level of any EIS, and because it's required by New York State DOT to cover all the bases, all the aspects, design, accidents, operations, trip generation, so that's all the details that are in the traffic study. In the traffic study outlined certain improvements that needed to be done to address existing conditions that identified, the typical problems that are experienced, especially in the afternoon rush hour when traffic backs up from Route 118, well past Rochambeau, and the other intersections along Underhill. So as part of the traffic study, certain improvements were identified. They range everything from sight distance improvements to improve getting in and out of Rochambeau, traffic signal upgrades, and other mitigation measures to offset the traffic that would be generated by this project. And then also in the study, it included other improvements to accommodate other development in the town and also plans to really solve all the problems. So there's two levels of improvements that were identified. The first level, which was the applicant was going to be spending approximately $175,000 to offset his traffic, wasn't going to resolve the issues totally. So at the direction of this board, what we had included in the original study, which included the provision of turn lanes on Underhill Avenue at the intersection to improve the efficiency, reduce the queues, drop the levels of service in the afternoon, and levels of service are a rating. So levels of service dropping from EF levels of service on that approach to levels of service B, which is better, just like in school. So that's all part of what's been advanced. The planning board was very adamant that we had to solve traffic problems, not just offset our traffic problems. So those plans are being advanced. Those plans will help the traffic along the corridor. It'll actually reduce the queues, so that'll help traffic in and out of Rochambeau Court. In addition to the turn lanes on Route 118, the southbound right turn from Underhill Avenue, from Route 118 onto Underhill, which basically people use the shoulder today, will be turned into a full-depth, full operational right turn lane, which will be under the signal control. That'll improve the safety and reduce the accidents at the intersection. The pedestrian improvements that are now part of this, pedestrian controls on all approaches, ADA compliant ramps and new sidewalks, and those connections will all be in there. Throughout the process, we received input from New York State DOT, and the town had their own consultants review the reports. There were updates to respond to those. They wanted some more conservative analysis to see if it would affect any of the conclusions or the recommendations. Those have all been responded to. New York State DOT is on board. Conceptually, with these improvements, they see the benefit that will happen here. And unfortunately, for the town standpoint, the DOT, we've asked several times, where about the DOT stepping up to the plate and offering some monies? And they said, well, we have no monies to help with this situation. So in order to get this done, and again, this project is the traffic that will be generated by this project at this intersection in the afternoon rush hour is about 5% of the total traffic there. So to put it in perspective. So in terms of traffic generator, it's not a huge traffic generator. It's going to generate traffic. We've analyzed it, and the improvements are outlined. Unfortunately, the state hasn't stepped up for this location. The applicant, in addition to the original $175,000 that he was proposing towards improvements, has added another $450,000, or a total of $625,000 towards the intersection to get that done. The estimates that we had originally were just under $1 million to do the improvements, and this is benefiting other developments and other future development. So what's proposed is, and those prices have increased. The town's consultant had reviewed it, and we've upped that estimate to $1.2 million to do the whole intersection. So the applicant is going to front the money up front to get this done. Part of the permit and the agreement is to get the improvement to the intersection done. He will then be reimbursed as part of tax rebates for the amount over $625,000. And that money will come from tax credits from the commercial portion of the development. So I think this is a win-win for the town in terms of getting the improvement done. It'll accommodate other development as it comes along. There's been some talk about, in the Lowe's project that Lowe's paid for everything. Well, early in the process on Lowe's, when it was originally Costco, we had met with the New York State DOT. And the DOT saw the benefit of what Costco was doing in terms of their access improvement. They were basically building an access to Route 202, and most of those improvements will accommodate turning lanes in and out of that development. So at the time, DOT saw the benefit of that, and especially with work that they had planned and under design further on 202 to the west. DOT added in another $1.2 million, roughly, I think it was, to improve everything from the Costco Lowe's property heading west. So when that was done, the state had put in $1 million towards the improvements. It was added to by Lowe's development, significantly improving that area. And, unfortunately, this time the state says we have no money. So to get this done, this is the way that we're proceeding, and it's a win-win. Once the rebates reach the money's back to the developer for anything above the $625, and it's only coming out of the commercial portion of the project, then they'll be taxed at the full rate. So once that comes back. So I think at the end of the day, the improvements that are needed will get done to support traffic and pedestrians here. It's going to be much safer for pedestrians crossing 118 and crossing the area there. So with that, I'm going to let Mr. Galero talk a little bit about some of the other aspects, and then we'll get into the public comments. But all the technical details are in those documents that you've been reviewing, and your consultants have been reviewing, and New York State DOT has reviewed and conceptually approved. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Paul Galero, developer. During the last several meetings, this board has asked us to start addressing some of the issues that the public is bringing up. Well, on June 1st, I noticed that an ad ran in the Yorktown News by an opposition group, which was the same group that has sued the town and Underhill Farm on the adoption of the overlay law. It said, "Don't be fooled about Underhill Farm." After reading through it, I noted that 90% of it was either false or misleading. But I thought it would be a perfect opportunity to talk about the issues and the facts. On the boards, if you can see them, and the overhead, and you have copies in front of you, you will note we underlined everything in red, which is false. Yellow is misleading, and green, which is essentially what we agree with. The top half says, "Don't be fooled about Underhill Farm." We're 100% agreeable to that, okay? Absolutely. It is also stated we have been here over 14 months with over 20 meetings, which gives you an idea of the level of review. The balance where they disrespect the planning board, volunteers, and their efforts is very sad and in no way justified. The bottom half, if we could scroll up, Joe. Then scroll up. The bottom half says, "Here's what you need to know. Please listen to their facts. Our attorney, Mark Blanchard, will read what they wrote, and I will respond."
First collection of misstatement of facts has to deal with what they've entitled lower tax benefits. The first statement being the developer has failed to acknowledge that a portion of the 10-year $13 million tax revenue will go to the county.
Acknowledged in the EAF, Section 6, Table 6-2 deals with that.
Second comment, he has not accounted for the lost revenue from the 10-year automatic 485B tax abatement or the lost revenue if taxpayers pay for the traffic improvements.
Accounted for in Table 6-4.
Third misstatement, he has also failed to reduce the revenue to offset the increased costs of providing town and school district services to new residents and businesses.
Table 6-7.
Second collection of misstatements has to deal with the heading unwilling to fund all traffic mitigation, with the first statement saying this: the developer is not...
I want to interrupt and ask you a question, okay? I'm listening to what you're doing, and I'm saying to myself, are you preempting the right of the public to speak without, giving them an opportunity to do so? I don't know who put this advertisement out. You're setting up a situation where you are responding to comments before they're really made. I don't know if I accept the fact that this advertisement can substitute for the for the voice of the people that are here tonight. And I have some difficulty with your approach.
We have no intention to substitute.
Then let
We
the
expect
people
them.
speak who we know who they are, as opposed to this advertisement. I understand what you're trying to do, and I don't think it's proper. This has nothing to do with the presentation that you need to make to set the stage for the comments that people are going to make tonight.
Well, I think that what's happening here is that there was a lot of misstatements made here, which got people here today, okay? And it brings up a lot of points that will be addressed, so they at least know what the truth is before they get up, okay?
You just had an opportunity to make a presentation about the project.
Okay.
Okay?
Excuse me,
No
I would
one
like-
challenged
I would like
those
to-
statements.
All right, guys, hang on.
I would like to hear the responses to these misinformations so that I can judge for myself what's going on.
Okay.
Anybody else from the board? Our attorney is not here, but John, any comments?
I don't have any comment on this issue.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me start over. In our position that these statements are made, they are part of the public record now, and we'd like to respond to this one, that the developer isn't willing to pay the full cost of the traffic improvements required to get his project approved, like other developers have done in the past.
Underhill Farm is funding all traffic mitigation to a total cost of $1,238,000 upfront, while receiving a future tax abatement of $610,000 against the $13 million generated from this project over 10 years. Underhill Farm is less than 5% of the traffic at this intersection.
Next statement, Lowe's developer paid the entire cost of the Route 202 improvements, and developers paid for the improvements at the Route 202 Stony Street intersection opposite the Staples Center.
The Lowe's developer did not pay the total cost of the Route 202 improvements. The state had funded and paid over $1 million to improve.
Third collection of misstatements has to deal with the heading of park with no demand. The developer is creating a private park for which there is no community need and is offering a $225,000 in quotes donation in order to avoid paying a $592,000 recreation fee, money our Recreation Commission says it desperately needs to repair, replace, and upgrade our aging recreational facilities.
We are proposing a privately owned and maintained park that is open to the public at no cost to the town and its taxpayers, which is not required under the current open space and recreation law. It is clear by not only our engineer, Joe Rena, who has 38 years' experience in Yorktown in developments, our attorney, a former Yorktown Planning Board attorney, the current town and planning board attorneys, and the planning board department director, that we meet the requirements of the code and the fee of $4,000 per unit does not apply.
Fourth collection of misstatements deals with the heading Historic Preservation Ignored. The developer has totally ignored the fact that the entire, in caps, Underhill Farm property is eligible for listing on the state and national register of historic places.
It was not ignored and was clearly stated in the EAF. Section 5, page 6, fourth paragraph specifically says the former Flora Villa estate, Underhill Farm, was eligible for listing in the National Register of Historic Places.
Next statement, his statement that there's only one building of historical significance on the site is false.
To make it clearer, the building with the most historical significance will be restored and adaptively reused.
Third statement, the town's consultant identified 3 additional historically significant structures that need to be evaluated by a qualified professional before possibly being demolished.
Our plan is consistent with our historical consultant, the town's historical consultant, and the State Historic Preservation Office. The 3 additional buildings will be evaluated and documented before being removed from the site.
Fifth collection of misstatements that deals with the heading Restoration of Main House for Private Gain. The first statement reading, the developer has stated he plans to invest $1 million to restore the house.
The investment will be over $1 million.
Second statement, what he's not telling you is that the house will be 100% for his private commercial profit-making use, not for the public good.
It is 100% private, commercial, and hope to be profit-making.
Third statement, nor has he produced a plan explaining why the restoration will cost $1 million.
A plan will be produced and submitted to the town once we have secured tenants.
The sixth collection of misstatements deals with the heading Impact on the Hamlet Vacancies. First statement reading, the developer's plan to build more commercial space conflicts with the existing vacancies in the hamlet.
Half the commercial space is existing in the Underhill mansion, which I believe everyone feels must be preserved.
A second statement, there are no studies that show a need for more commercial space.
There is a huge need for quality commercial space, as proven by the full occupancy of the Optum Caremount building built across the street from our project.
Third statement, if anything, more commercial space at Underhill Farm will likely create even more vacancies.
The balance of the 8,000 square feet is to support the development which is in the overlay law and could very easily bring in new businesses. The residents from Underhill Farm will help support the on-site and downtown commercial space.
Seventh misstatement is under the heading of parking for senior center ? With the statement, the developer is providing 30 parking spaces for a new senior center that does not exist and for which there is no plan.
There is a plan and an agreement from the owners of Beaver Ridge and the town.
The eighth collection of misstatements is under the heading Senior-Friendly Housing is Misleading, with the first statement reading, the developer is misleading our seniors by repeatedly saying he will restrict some units exclusively for them.
We are not misleading our seniors. We can and we will restrict some units exclusively for seniors. The 32-unit condo building will be exclusively restricted to seniors 55 and older.
Next statement reads, he can't, period. State and federal anti-discrimination laws require that all the units be available to anyone regardless of age.
This is incorrect. We have recently completed a development in New York where 3 of the 5 buildings are restricted for seniors.
Ninth collection of misstatement of facts is under the heading Impact on Environment and Neighborhood Character, with the first statement reading as follows. The developer is destroying the feeling and setting of the site by disturbing 79% of the property in order to jam in 148 housing units and 15,600 square feet of commercial space.
6 acres of this property has already been developed. We are proposing to develop an additional 4.5 acres.
Next statement, blacktop for roads and parking lots will replace open space.
To some extent.
Third statement, mature trees will be replaced with starter trees.
Which fully complies with the Yorktown Tree Code.
Improvements to the pond are part of the developer's required stormwater plan.
We are far exceeding what is required for stormwater.
Last statement, the scenic gateway to the town will be lost.
The scenic gateway will be preserved with the 3-acre park, pond, and existing Underhill mansion.
The 10th and last misstatement is under the following heading. Town consultants have challenged developers' facts. First statement reading as follows. As a result of the consultants' reviews, the developer had to change his initial, in quotes, facts about the size of the wetlands and how much traffic the development will generate.
Yes, the town board, its staff, and town consultants have commented on some of our information, and we have made the appropriate changes. We have a better plan because of it.
Second statement, the school children numbers will also likely have to be changed.
That's possible.
Finally, so whose facts here should we trust?
I've just given you the truth. All the facts are in the EF binder that is sitting on the desk right here.
We're ready for public comment.
Ready? So, okay, we're going to open it up then. First on the list is, and if I mispronounce anybody's name, I apologize in advance, Louise Fang.
Hello, I'm a little nervous, so bear with me. I believe that the whole problem exists still with the density, and I'm not supposed to say anything negative, but traffic is a nightmare, and I am aware of it every day that I go out, since I live on Cardinal Court. And I am worried about the density. I believe 148 units will, at least the minimum, produce like 300 cars. And that would be extra traffic. And 300 cars is probably an underestimate, because if you have 3-bedroom units and 4-bedroom units and 2 children, those children, because our kids are spoiled brats, will want a car. And so I would say that doubling 148 units and making it 300, probably that's really an understatement. It should be probably closer to 500 cars. Okay, in the newspaper ad that the Underhill Farms produced, it said 27 accidents. Yeah, that's right. That's probably an understatement there too. But I can't see that they can solve that problem of accidents by having 500 cars adding to the horrible traffic situation. And there is also an issue that Underhill is a very, very nightmare of a road. We have in Yorktown probably 1,000 cars coming out of Rochambeau, because nobody owns just one car, and if they're married, husband and wife have to have a car. And in addition, you have United Parcel, Bosse's, and not to mention Claremont. So I cannot leave the house to make the left turn from my street until like 9 o'clock. However, one day I decided to be brave, and I went out at 8:30, and I said, oh my gosh, I got out of here. There were no cars making the right on red, and no cars going into town. And the reason for that was there was a 4-car pileup on Underhill, and I guess it was my benefit, because I got to where I wanted to go despite it all. And so I would say that density is a big problem, and I don't think that they're allowing enough parking spaces. And part of that is my street on Cardinal Court can become a parking lot. In fact, last week it was a parking lot. One car on this side, one car on that side, and I was trying to go through. Okay, so that is one issue. And I would like to see that some arrangement come out of Glenrock Street, and especially during the construction of all of these units. And I hope that will do. And also, I guess I should add that part of the problem of the traffic accidents and the congestion is that Underhill is the main road, and the speed limit from Underhill, from the Taconic to Commerce Street, is 40 miles per hour, and that is way too much. There is no acknowledgement that the town is approaching, and other towns like Somers, Chappaqua, Mount Kisco, they let you know that the town is coming, and they're proud of it. And the speed limit is reduced from 25, 30, 35 miles an hour, but not Yorktown. So I've been trying for 3 years to get the speed limit reduced, and that would definitely cut back on some of the accidents that happen. So that part, their information is correct, and but I don't see that 27 will be permanent. I can see an increase in accidents. And I also object to the traffic coming from 118 and the Triangle. I object to that becoming a parking lot with cars, 2 sets of cars this way and that way, the length of it. And I do feel that to embellish our town, that there should be greenery there and making it a little bit friendly. It's true, the pond, and so when you're stuck on the traffic there, the pond is nice, but I think something should be done on 118 and certainly on Glenrock. And that's about what I have to say, and I just hope that there are prayers for me when I try to get out of Cardinal Court.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah.
Okay, now we have Trish Rothberg.
Good evening, thank you.
How are you?
I'm Trish Sullivan Rothberg, a 20-year resident of Yorktown, and one of the directors of Protecting Yorktown's Quality of Life Foundation. The foundation is a New York State not-for-profit corporation made up of diverse membership of citizens, residents from all walks of life, local to Underhill Farm, Yorktown Heights Hamlet, and the broader Yorktown community. We share a common interest in understanding, protecting, and preserving Yorktown's existing community and neighborhood character for current and future generations. Our mission is aligned and support the efforts of the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission to administer and enforce Chapter 198 of the Town Code, protecting the town's historic assets. We are not anti-development. I would love this in the old Walmart. We are not anti-development at all. But we have come together out of significant concerns for the environmental impacts associated with the proposed Underhill Farm mixed-use 148 residential development plus 15,600 square commercial space. I'm going to address the planning board's struggle and, at times, inability to address the impact of the dense residential and commercial development on the neighborhood, the existing neighborhood. And I'm also going to address, at times, the struggle and the, at times, inability to discuss the impact of this dense residential mixed-use commercial complex in a residential neighborhood of condos and single-family homes. I'll give an example. We still do not know how the main building is going to be used. The developer's plan has changed multiple times: office space, museum, conference space, regional inn, coffee house, home for the Yorktown Historical Society. If it's a restaurant, there's a big difference between a McDonald's or a Kittle House, like they have in Chappaqua. We urge you to do the work to figure out what the impacts of increased traffic from the after-hours delivery trucks, patron traffic, noise, tall light stanchions, safety and security lighting, reuse bins, garbage trucks, before making any decisions about the use of this historic site. And let me just talk about impact to our neighborhood that this development will bring. Right now, we have a beautiful gateway to our town. It's historic. It's an architectural treasure that's been there for 200 years. This development will forever change that. 80% of the site will be physically destroyed. The mostly undeveloped open space will be replaced with 148 residential, 15,600 commercial space. We have a blight of commercial space throughout all the strip malls in Yorktown currently. 4.6 acres of open space will be replaced with roads, buildings, and other blacktop, paved, and impervious spaces, and we'll lose a lot of the vegetation and trees and the wildlife. A 40-foot tall commercial structure will overpower that historic main building. It will dwarf it completely. It will not be visible from 118. You won't see it. You'll see a 40-foot building. One of Yorktown's last surviving historic and architectural treasures will be forever changed. A high-density mixed-use residential and commercial complex will replace it. And so I am asking you on behalf of our organization to please protect the Yorktown community, protect the neighborhood. Do not let this development proceed as it is currently in its stage of planning. And assess the impacts of the density of this mixed-use, multifamily, and mixed-use development. Thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you. I'm going to struggle with this next handwriting. Diane Lindholm? Sorry. You should see my handwriting. How are you?
First of all, good evening, Chairman and Planning Board. My name is Daryl Lindholm. My husband and I have lived in Yorktown 16 years. I don't have any concerns. My main input tonight for you folks is to thank you for all the work that you have done. This has been a year-long project. And as the speaker before said, things have changed. I know you're going to stay on top of the developer and do what is right for Yorktown. I myself would like to see that building rehabbed. I don't think the gateway to Yorktown is all that good right now. I don't think it's as nice as she makes it sound. So I just want to thank you and wish you guys good luck.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Kelly O'Connor.
Good evening.
How
My
are
name
you?
is Kelly O'Connor. I've been a Yorktown resident for 23 years. My husband, Mike, and I truly believe that moving to Yorktown to raise our family is one of the best decisions we've ever made. We made friends who we now consider family and don't want to think of living anywhere else. However, after raising our 2 boys in our beautiful home, we are ready to downsize. Our options are limited right now in Yorktown. That is why we are in favor of the development of this project. We want to be able to stay in the town that we now consider home. We look forward to watching our sons raise their own families here in Yorktown and want nothing more than to be able to stay close to them. Please consider all of the other people and families who live here that are in our same situation. We're taxpayers, residents, customers, friends, and families of Yorktown. We want and deserve a place that will allow us to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Tony Grasso.
Thank you. My name is Anthony Grasso, and I've lived here since I was 62 years old. I'm now 96. And unfortunately, the injury that I have has forced me to give up a lot of things that I'd like to do. But this evening and past meetings, and as the board knows, I go to most planning board meetings, most town board meetings, and I do make comments now and then in the newspaper. So far, we've talked about density. But what is density? Density, to me, is how many homes you can build in a certain code zone. I believe this is an R3 or something along that line. And in that zone, what the Underhill Farms has designated, and I believe Mr. Arena has spoken about this already, that there are 10 housing units per acre in one section. Another one is 19 houses per acre, and another section is 8.7 houses per acre. The Yorktown area, shopping area, has dozens of designations and is zoned for more than 20 units per acre. So when you follow that zoning and you use the overlay to that, this units being built is a lot less. You know it, I know it, but people that don't go to meetings They just read the newspaper, who's for, who's against, and that makes their decision. That is dumb. Go to the meetings, listen to what they say, or watch it on television. Yes, I am in favor of this. Of course, when it was first started, I was ready to buy one of those units, sell my house and buy that to stay here. Been up here for, 60, 65 years, whatever it is, but I don't dwell on how many years I was here, because I remember the wooden streets on Commerce Street. I remember people riding horses down Commerce Street. When we built the tunnel on the 118, it had to secure enough space for the horses to go under there. So, we say progress with preservation. Is this progress? Is it preservation? I think we're doing the right thing here, and I would like to see the decision made as soon as possible, because 96 doesn't last too long. Thank you.
Thank you. Janine mentioned. Jenny, sorry. No problem.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Minton. I've lived in Yorktown for over 70 years, so I've been here quite a while. I've seen a lot happen. I've seen W.T. Grant here. I've seen the theater here. I've seen White's. I've seen all. And every time we go to do something, we have something like this. Tony and I have been to all the meetings. We've heard everything. We've seen everything. We watched on TV. I want to thank Paul Galero for what he did tonight. There were questions and things that I was going to ask, but he took care of all of that. I don't know what else people want. All the questions have been asked. I heard someone say about the amount of cars that are going to be there. Does she realize I was a family of 5 cars at one time? I'm down to 1, and I don't know how long I'm going to be driving. Like I say, I've been here over 70 years, so I'm not going to tell you how old I am like my husband did. But I'm down to 1 car, and there's going to be a lot of seniors there that aren't going to have cars, and we're going to be close to town. There isn't one thing that Paul has said that I would change. There's everything that everybody needs. We have 3 choices. We have condos, we have apartments, and we have townhouses. When this first started, we were the first ones to put our names there. I didn't know which one, but I knew I was going to move out of my house and go there because it was what I needed. And as Tony said, now it's too late. It's like 2 or 3 years later, we're getting older, and as everybody knows, it's very difficult to downsize. As far as children are concerned, I don't think that's going to make a difference at all with the schools or taxes. I didn't write anything. I was just jotting some things down while people were talking. And I have to say I'm 100% in favor of this project. We need it desperately. The roads are going to be great. The place is going to be beautiful. What else do you want? Has anyone seen any of the other projects that Paul Galero has done? We've seen them. They're beautiful. And I know he's going to do a beautiful job with this. So I approve of this 100%. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. David DiNapoli.
Good evening, thank you. So I'm been living in Yorktown for 15 years, but I'm part of an extended family that's been in town for going on 60 years. I'm for this project. I think the plan calls for, as been said, for the preservation, renovation, and refurbishing of a historic property to once again make it a living and vital part of the town. It will bring much needed senior-friendly housing to the community. And as this young lady just said, I think we've learned from the Optum facility that this is a developer that we'll listen, continue to listen, work with the town board at addressing the community's concerns, and when it comes down to it, we'll provide and implement a well-designed and beautifully realized project. So I urge the board to move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Brian Wolfson.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm pretty good. Yourself?
Good, thanks.
I'm a newbie compared to Tony. I'm only here 47 years, so. And I moved here because Yorktown was beautiful. It offered everything I wanted to raise a family. Now I'm old and my children are raising families here. I listen to this small group of people who I think are hell-bent on blocking all progress in Yorktown. It's the same people, whether it was Lowe's or the Costco's or everything. They're against everything. Someone is offering a project that is going to enhance and beautify. If you talk about the entrance to town, I didn't know that was an entrance. There's nothing beautiful about driving down Underhill Avenue and coming to the stoplight. There is absolutely nothing. If someone's going to clear space, make the pond beautiful, put housing where I can stay in town and I don't have to move away from my kids and move to Carmel because they have condos and places for me to live, I think it's a crime that we're fighting this man's mission to help us. I mean, I heard someone talk about an LLC. Why do we need an LLC to protect the town? Stand up and talk for yourself. The planning board obviously is doing a diligent job. You're listening. You're going to make the decision. You were appointed to represent me. I'm hoping you're going to do the right thing and you're going to approve this project. I mean, he's doing more than we've seen when they built Countryside. They tore everything up. They didn't plant trees. When they built London Woods, that was like a strip mining. So I think that we have something with a plan that's going to be beautiful and it's going to afford people who live here to stay here. And I'm hoping you'll do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I'm going to struggle with this too. Denise Murphy. Go on. Okay. Connie Latterbeck. Sorry.
Good evening, everyone.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. My name's Connie Latterbeck. I've been living here in Yorktown since 1974. I sold my home and I moved into a condo. My condo is directly across the street from Underhill Farms. And I'm here to talk about something very specific to us. The intersection of Underhill and Rochambeau. According to the Yorktown Police Department, statistics from 2018 to May 18th of this year, there have been 51 auto accidents between the intersections of 118 and Underhill and Rochambeau and Underhill. 3 of those accidents occurred at the Rochambeau intersection since January of this year. How many more accidents might have taken place if we all weren't home during COVID? Who knows? While the traffic flow improvements proposed by the developer may move cars more quickly through the 118 intersection, it does nothing for the egress and ingress problems at Rochambeau. The new Underhill Farms access road directly across from Rochambeau will only complicate an already dangerous situation. There are 263 residential units located off Rochambeau that generate approximately 395 vehicles, or 1.5 vehicles per household. These vehicles have no other means of egress or ingress other than the intersection of Underhill and Rochambeau. This already dangerous intersection will now be burdened by additional traffic coming from the proposed Underhill Farms access road directly across the street. Currently, making right turns on Rochambeau, onto Underhill rather, can be precarious, but making left turns onto Underhill is downright dangerous. We must wait for cars heading from 118 to clear, then look to the left for oncoming vehicles coming around a blind curve on Underhill, then quickly accelerate in enough time to clear the next car coming around that curve. During high traffic periods, cars exiting and entering Rochambeau in either direction must wait until drivers on Underhill stop to let us in and make our turns. My question is, how will cars entering or exiting at the same time from Rochambeau and the Underhill Farms access road be addressed? Who turns first? Who yields? Who must come to a stop and hold up traffic behind them? How does a more fluid flow of traffic from 118 help this situation? On other roadways in Yorktown, four-way flashing stop signs have been installed to accommodate similar situations, but I doubt it would work here. Don't block the box road markings have also been used, but again, will not work here because it only addresses cars coming to a stop, not cars moving freely down the road. Perhaps a flashing yellow light on Underhill encouraging vehicles to slow down as they approach Rochambeau from the west might help. A better idea would be to relocate or eliminate the proposed Underhill Farms access road across from Rochambeau. If Underhill Farms moves forward, as currently proposed, with 15,600 square feet of misplaced commercial space, the adjoining neighborhoods will not only be burdened with additional commuter traffic, but they will also be burdened with additional truck and commercial traffic, even on weekends, adding increased noise and air pollution. We're not against the development. We just want to be protected. I mean, it's terrible right now trying to get out onto Underhill. It's frightening, it really is. And it doesn't matter how old you are. If you're paying attention, you still have to be careful. I mean, young kids just drive crazy. But we hear that they're racing up and down the street all the time. But we want to be able to make a turn. I mean, I have had to drive down to Town Hall, make a U-turn in Town Hall, and go back down Underhill to get to the Taconic. So there has to be some solution. I can't imagine cars coming out of Rochambeau and the access to all those townhomes. Who's going to turn? Who's going to, I mean, we're just going to sit there and wait for somebody to decide what to do? It doesn't make sense. They're not going to be able to make left turns. We can't make left turns. There has to be a solution, and I don't know what it is. I'm not in that business, but I can only tell you that the community I live in is very concerned about it. And I thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jerry Schwab.
Jerry Schwab, and I've been here 52 years. I know I don't look it. I also live directly across from the proposed development, and again, as Connie said, we're not opposed to the development, but we are concerned with our safety. And the first question I have is, how will improvements be made to increase the safety of pedestrians who attempt to cross Underhill from either side of the road? Will the existing uneven and narrow sidewalk on Underhill be improved, and will it be resurfaced? Because I believe the plan currently calls for a pedestrian access from the Underhill Farm site to cross over to our side of the street. So that's another crossing on a short distance of 3 intersections: pedestrian, traffic at Rochambeau, and traffic at Underhill Avenue. The other thing that I'd like to address is tree removal. Now, the current site plan calls for the removal of hundreds of mature trees on the site. and I know that the code allows it. And even though many trees are to be planted after construction has been completed, they cannot and will not be the size of existing trees, and therefore will be lacking the essential root systems that are currently holding and absorbing water on the site. We at Woods 2, directly across the street, are very aware of the importance of mature trees with their extensive root systems to hold back water and prevent erosion. Every time trees are removed from any of the 3 complexes up the hill from us on Rochambeau, Woods 2 winds up with drainage problems. Over the years, we have spent thousands of dollars to control water on our property, due mainly to the loss of mature trees on other properties located up the hill. Regardless of any mitigation techniques proposed for Underhill Farm site, once the mature trees are gone, taking with them their extensive root systems, where will all that water go? There is currently at least 2 full acres of wetlands on the site. Mitigation will divert the water, but the big question is, where? Most, if not all, commercial, this is a whole separate topic. Most, if not all, commercial entities require some kind of signage so that vehicles passing a site are made aware of the commercial entity on the property, especially if the commercial property is not completely visible from the road. We at Woods 2, located directly across from the Underhill Farms property, hereby request that the planning board not allow now or at any time in the future any erection of a commercial sign along Underhill Avenue. Such signage would forever alter the residential character of our neighborhood. Additionally, we don't want some future owner of the property applying and obtaining an amended site plan to allow for such signage. And last but not least, whatever the final plans may be for the main house, approvals must include adequate parking so that patrons are not forced to park off-site. Now, the attorney, I believe, mentioned off-site parking. I mean, where would that off-site parking be exactly? Certainly, parking along the lower section of Rochambeau between Woodsbrook Lane, Woodsview Court, and Underhill Avenue is not permitted now at any time due to the school bus traffic at the stops there. All parking along the roadways of Woods 2 is prohibited, as are our resident and visitor spaces. We have a shortage of parking because our developer was able to get approvals without any forethought as to where folks could park. So parking, I mean, I can't imagine where the off-site parking would be for this complex. And if they're only having the number of spots that are designated so far, they're going to be short. Experts will be presenting all kinds of statistics. They are, however, only statistics. We are living the reality on a daily basis, and it is this reality that we feel the planning board needs to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Donovan.
He'll be back later, yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Michael Oates.
Good evening, and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Mike Oates. I'm the president and CEO of the Hudson Valley Economic Development Corporation, and we've been strong supporters of this project for quite some time. I've spoken in front of the planning board at past meetings in support of this project. I have a couple of notes. I know there's a lot of people that want to speak tonight, so I kind of want to go fast and be respectful of your time and everybody in the community.
Thank you.
But before I get into my points, I was struck by a lot of the conversation that was happening, and what a wonderful community you have here in Ossining. You have people who have been living here.
Yorktown.
It's been a long day. I'm sorry. Long day. I'm sorry. What I meant to say is I was wondering why everybody's laughing. What I was saying is how wonderful it is that you have residents that have been here for 20, 30, 40, 50 years that want to stay. You know, what an incredible statement that it makes of your community. And what does that do when they stay? That opens up more housing stock. That opens up their housing so that new families can also move into the community. And ultimately, isn't that what you really want to see happen? You want to keep the families coming here to the community and raising families. So again, I just want to talk on some of the economic benefits of what's being proposed here. One of the things I want to point to is that we have a proven developer who has an incredibly successful track record of doing projects in the community and throughout the Hudson Valley. And that's rare, and that's something that should be acknowledged when you have somebody that can do what he says he's going to do. There's been talk tonight about the $13 million in taxes over the next 10 years. Again, before this, while this was a school for decades, you had no taxes coming from this property, so we're looking at about, again, $13 million in taxes over 10 years. There's been a lot of discussion about the investment that the developer will be making, over $1.2 million to help with the traffic improvements on Route 118 and Underhill Road. So I think these are critical economic development issues that are important for the community to consider. And again, thank you for your time, and thank you for everybody who came out here tonight. And I'm glad I can give a little bit of humor for everybody.
Thank you. Justin Privy? Brian, thank you. I apologize.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board,
How you doing?
former members of the Conservation Board, Bob Waterhouse. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Conservation Board, and I'm accompanied by our two co-chairs, Phyllis Bach and Diane Dreyer. Earlier today, we submitted a written memorandum to you as our partners, and we hope you had time to read that, but I am going to read it for the public. So the public is aware we are a board that's consisted of strictly volunteer town residents. We want to make sure that development in the town is consistent with our history and sustainable, making sure that we use ensure appropriate preservation of water, preservation of open space, use of native plants, things of that nature. And we have appeared together with you jointly before the town board. With that being said, the Conservation Board maintains that the current Underhill Farm property provides a feeling of open space and a green invitation into Yorktown's commercial center. The plan for Underhill Farms, as present, adds many buildings, dwarfs the Underhill Mansion, and diminishes the park-like feel of the space. One of the goals of the overlay district was to bring connectivity and cohesiveness to the Heights area. The Underhill Farm development feels cut off as a standalone on one of the busiest intersections in town. The Conservation Board has walked this site and is concerned with the ability of the proposed mitigation plans to capture, slow down, and filter all of the water that percolates through this site. The applicant proposes to preserve and enhance Wetland A and the associated pond on the Underhill property. However, with the loss of Wetlands B and C, this plan only makes sense if Wetland A is in fact improved as proposed. Approximately 10 townhouses in the 4 units closest to Underhill Avenue fall within 10 feet of the wetland itself. The future success of Wetland A and the pond is not guaranteed if the surrounding wetland buffer is not maintained in its entirety. Buffers serve to physically separate wetlands from surrounding areas to prevent damage and encroachment. Without a buffer, wetlands become degraded over time and lose much of their important functionality. The board advises the planning board to value the wetland buffer by removing the townhouses in the wetland buffer of the pond and the improvements made to Wetland A. The Conservation Board also advises the planning board to re-examine the density of housing units on the property. The current proposal calculates the density by including the entire square footage of the property, which makes it appear that the Underhill development would be similar to others in the surrounding area. This is not the case. This calculation is disingenuous because Wetland A and the pond are not under consideration for development. Therefore, We humbly propose that the density calculation be made only with the usable land on the property and with the square footage of the preserved wetlands removed. With this new metric in hand, we would request that the Underhill property adjust the number of units to align with surrounding developments. If some units are to be removed, we propose that they be removed from Wetland A and the pond buffers. This added benefit will be an increase to the park-like feel that the developer states that they are hoping to preserve. Although the applicant has set aside what appears to be an adequate amount of open space to satisfy the requirements, much of that space is taken up by the proposed wetland mitigation area and stormwater requirements, reducing the available open space for public use. Other designated open spaces situated beyond the townhomes located nearest to Beaver Ridge have no public access. How can this possibly satisfy public open space requirements? These are technical issues that need to be addressed. The exact location of the pond outlet pipe is stated as unknown on the plans, to be determined when construction begins. We have questioned the condition of the pipe, the ability of the pipe to handle additional loads from the created mitigation and from the stormwater pocket wetlands. The applicant mentioned dredging the existing pond, but to date no information has been provided. Dredged material must be tested. Plans for either removal or on-site dewatering locations should be stated, and fauna that utilize the pond should be identified. The applicant has provided insufficient analysis on any of these items. In summary, the plan for Underhill Farms, as presented, adds many buildings, removes the park-like feel of the space, and does not completely address environmental impacts. Reducing the density of the project by removing the townhomes within the wetland buffer will reduce the size of the stormwater management and wetland mitigation required, and will ensure the success of the required wetland mitigation. By reducing the density, this development could bring value to our town. That concludes the portion of this on behalf of the Conservation Board. I just wanted to speak briefly as a Yorktown resident and as a parent. A lot of the people here tonight have been here for many years. I've only been here for 10, and I came up from White Plains for what Yorktown had to offer, which was open space, and importantly, was schools. Our schools right now are bursting at the seams, and we haven't even felt the impact of the last 3 years of COVID babies. You can't just add 138 units and gloss over the fact this is not going to have any impact on the schools. It's absolutely going to have an impact on the schools. And whatever, I understand that the town is siloed and that the school is a different municipal entity, but you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. If you're going to have tax revenue coming in here, that's going to be gobbled up by having to hire new teachers, school buses, contracts, cafeteria services. There's going to be a lot of kids at this site, and it's not just, older Americans and older citizens who are going to live there. So I would really like to make sure that there's some consideration for that push that it's going to create on our school district and on children's safety. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Tom Dunn.
Good afternoon, everybody. Tom Dunn, 27-year resident of Yorktown. And I, too, appreciate everybody coming out here and speaking their mind. That's what this is all about. I'm in support of the project. I think that there's going to be a lot of revenue being created here for Yorktown, despite everything that's been said. I don't think that property could sit there like that, unused and of very little value to us as a community. I think that the work that's been done by the experts here will improve that intersection that everybody's spoken about. In the 27 years I've been shuttling my 3 kids around, coming down Underhill has, sometimes you just got to be prepared for what's going on there. I don't live at Rochambeau, but I only see a lot of traffic there when there's buses. I think that the work that could be done here, just like the Lowe's project, everybody threw their arms up. And I used to travel that 202 corridor, taking my kids to dance class, and it was a nightmare. When Lowe's came in, it improved everything. I don't know if anybody that opposed that project comes out and thanks everybody here for their diligence and the town board for their diligence and the experts for doing their work. That is a far better intersection than it ever was. I assume the same would happen here. We need to encourage our partnerships here in Yorktown. I know it's progress with preservation, and Mr. Galero has been a good partner here. I do miss Murphy's. I can't get a Guinness over at the Optum. I did get a couple of other exams there, which I won't get into, but he builds first-class properties. He gives communities that are there for him what they want. Here, we have an opportunity to take advantage of his partnership and for his expertise and the quality that he builds, and build something that the community today and tomorrow and beyond will benefit from. I don't think having that property sit there and laying fallow and not being cared for, as it has been for many years, is the real way to go. I think that a lot of work has been put in here by this board. I commend each and every one of you. I know somebody spoke earlier that you don't have, you failed to do this or failed to do that. I don't think any of you have failed to do anything. You've all been very mindful of everybody's opinions in not only this project, but the other projects that are before you, so I appreciate what you do. And stepping back for a moment, I'm on the Parks and Recs Commission, and this applicant, as was stated by their attorney, because of the way the code is written, is stepping forward to make a contribution to improve the parks here that's needed at his own expense, with a lot of conversation, realizing he wants to be a good partner. I don't think anybody should take that lightly. I think that there's a lot of good here. A lot of work has been put in by everybody, and I don't think that I think that there's a lot more here that's good than bad, and everybody should just step back for a moment and look at the other developments over the years that they've been here. Tony Grasso went into showing you the wooden roads of commerce. We don't really need those things. We do need to progress. We do need to give the communities what they need. Somers has, Carmel has, Yorktown has so many great things here, and it's really about the people in this room. But we need to be able to look at these properties and these projects as opportunities to build who we are and what we are. And I just see this as something that could benefit so many, but working on the details to improve the things that are of concern is what you guys have been doing, and I appreciate what you do.
Thank you. Matt Talbert?
Good evening. Matt Talbert, 29-year resident. I'm the chairman of Parks and Recreation. The Parks and Recreation Commission recognized the Underhill project for the enhancements that they're going to do. The dangerous corner on Underhill, that will be improved. Preserving the historic building within our town will be an awesome thing. We'll also be providing parking for the senior center and the new recreation office that is going to be placed on the other property there. The commission also appreciates that Mr. Galero understands that there is an impact that the Underhill Farm project will have on the Yorktown Park system, and would like to thank you for your donation of $225,000 to our Yorktown parks, regardless of the ambiguous language within our town code. We look forward to putting the donation to good use, enhancing our parks. The Commission also is looking forward to a much-needed changes to the town code as it pertains to recreation fees and new developments within our town of Yorktown. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dan Strauss.
Good evening.
How you doing?
Dan Strauss, 57-year resident. And first off, I wanted to thank the board for allowing us to talk without a timer. The timers get me, like at the town board meetings, they get me a little nervous. Can I address a question to Mr. Galero? Am I allowed to do that?
I think it's to us. And
okay, well, I would like you to ask Mr. Galero what a two-bedroom condo at the proposed Underhill Farm would cost me if I wanted to move there, and also what the carrying charges are and what the taxes would be. And also, if you could ask him what, I believe it was a 4-bedroom townhouse, or did I hear that incorrectly? Did I hear that correctly? Was it 4 bedrooms?
No, 4 bedrooms.
4? 3? 2? 2-bedroom townhouse? 2-bedroom townhouse? What that would cost me if I wanted to move in there, and what the carrying charges would be, and what the taxes would be. I think if he could give us that information right now, or that it would make it a little clearer to the seniors that are supposed to be benefiting from this project economically when they downsize, what they're looking at. I have made the comment in the past that about 5 years ago, when market rate projects came to town, a lot of the town board said, what about our seniors? In other words, can they afford these market rates? But now that this project in particular has come around, no one seems to ask that question. People simply say it's a great opportunity to downsize. But if that, I don't know if I'm going to get the answer tonight, but if that townhouse or condo was $600,000 or $700,000 or maybe $800,000, that means that a resident would have to sell their house probably for about $1.2 million or $1.3 million. And I'm not sure that there are a lot of seniors in Yorktown who could do that. So I'm wondering how this is going to benefit the seniors when they downsize. Okay, I'd like to make another comment. The density. Sorry?
No, I'm sorry. If someone's having a conversation, if you could, just take it outside, please. Thank you. Go ahead, I apologize.
I'm not opposed to development. I've talked at board meetings, and I have a scoping thing here. In fact, it's a scoping paper from a development that's going up or proposed in Shrub Oak. And there are 235 units, but it's on 35 acres. And there's just amenities, housing and amenities. So I'm thinking to myself, here's 148 units on 13.78 acres, right in the middle of town. And someone just mentioned the town of Somers. There is a development right in the downtown Somers, not up in Baldwin Place. That's Somers too. They have a ton of apartments and condos and stuff up there, which to me is a big hodgepodge. I don't think that's what Yorktown is about. But in the town of Somers, they just put up condos or townhouses, I'm not sure, but they're purchases, no rentals, where the rates are between $750,000 and $1.5 million. But there's only one unit, and there's no amenities, and it's right near the shopping center. So to me, that's like perfect for people who come from Chappaqua and sell their houses for $3 million, and then they move in there. But this is Yorktown, and this is downtown Yorktown. This is the Heights, and I hang out in the Heights. I do stuff down there, and I see what goes on, and I see the traffic. The traffic isn't the issue here. It's the property. It's the overlay district. The overlay district was passed so that Mr. Guerrero and Unicorn could come in and build this project. He couldn't do it otherwise. So it's not the traffic, really. I mean, I could tell you myself, if you put in turn lanes at that intersection, you're going to make the traffic easier. You don't need all these surveys, and I have respect for Mr. Greeley. We've talked a couple of times. This has been a 3-year process that has gone on and on to be very transparent. It's got over and over and over, but it really just boils down to the property. It's not the traffic. It's not the senior center that's proposed. I'm just going to mention this, and this is the only negative thing I'm going to say. I'm not supposed to, but there was stuff up on the board that was kind of negative or answering negatives. The Underhill Farm, this is the ad for them. They're offering certain things, but it says if Underhill Farm is not approved, no 13 million, no intersection solution, no Parks and Rec fee, no parking for the senior center, and recreation buildings. That's kind of negative to me. That's like holding hostage a little bit. I'm just saying, if it's not approved. So why are we here? Why are we here? We've heard them talk about all the good things, everything good. There have been some people tonight, everything good. But what's it going to cost the people? We've never heard that. And that's very, very important in the overall scheme of things. Okay, so I'm just going to finish up here. A lot of the stuff is not important. The senior center, that's a room. The Parks and Rec, it's a room. 30 parking spaces for that is inconsequential. It hasn't been built, but it's a hook. If we don't approve it, we're not going to get the parking for that, but it's non-existent. The walkable town, I know that I get criticized because I say you can't have a walkable town. That's not the issue. That's like a hoax. No one's walking in Yorktown. There's cars in this. I'm not being funny either. There's no humor tonight. It's not walkable here. Some towns are walkable. Yorktown Heights isn't walkable. You haven't. It was mentioned, Lowe's, and then I'll stop. Lowe's was mentioned. That is a flourishing shopping center right now. I'm all for it. Lowe's, all these businesses down. No one walks there. They get in their cars and go. The people are going to come out of Underhill in cars. They're not going to walk across that intersection. In the next 30 years, nobody's going to be walking across 118 and 118 and Underhill. And in final, I will say, with the traffic, I fully understand the people in Rochambeau. I fully understand. If the people slow down, instead of driving at 70 on 118 and at 70 coming down the hill on Underhill, and there were a couple of big signs that said, bad intersection ahead, maybe you would have 1 or 2 accidents every year or 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Capello? Sorry.
I thank you for letting me speak. So I've been a resident of Yorktown for 30 years, and last week was the first time I set foot on this property because I wanted to see it so I could be informed of what I'm talking about. My wife has been here 60 years, and she's been on the property once in 60 years, and not even in one of the buildings. She went to an art show. My mother-in-law has been here 90 years, has never been on that property. And I would say we are the rule, not the exception. What benefit am I getting from this property right now? I haven't heard anybody say that. I don't feel like I get any benefit whatsoever from this property. I don't feel like the town is getting any benefit from this property in its current state. And we've heard people talk about the historic nature of the project, and I'm for preserving history. But my daughter went through Yorktown schools, and I don't recollect her ever going on a class trip to this property. I don't ever remember her getting an assignment on the history of Yorktown, nor did the Girl Scout troop go there for any historic lessons. So the historic nature of it, to me, rings hollow. I think if you want to preserve history, you preserve it in the minds of the next generation and not holding on to some ramshackle buildings. And lastly, the gem of that property is the main building. Functionally, aesthetically, historically, that is the gem, and you're getting to keep that. And it's private, and I hope he makes money at it, but I'm sure that we will have access to it. So he's turning basically a non-functioning mosquito pond into something that will have some benefit for the town, and is going to add some vitality to the town. So I'm for this project, and if you don't move forward with it, what's going to happen if these buildings just fall into more and more disrepair and nothing happens there? Eventually, you're going to have nothing. So, that nest is full as nothing when the bird is flown. So I endorse this project. I think you should move forward with it. I think you've been doing it for a year, so I'm sure you've addressed a lot of these questions that have been asked tonight, and it just probably is repetition. But thank you for the work that you've done on it, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Holly Davis.
Hi, good evening.
How you doing?
Thank you so much for all you do. I really appreciate this, and I really appreciate the time you've spent. I just want to recollect on what Michael was saying on how historic it is. And I like that a company will come in and preserve it. And I also like that we are progressing, which it is our motto, and we're preserving something. And I also wanted to add real quick, because it's been a long night already. I also want to add that a lot of history is in Yorktown. And I feel like we've let a lot of it go when we let properties go. So like on 132, there was a old farmhouse. And, the property nobody came by and people wanted to restore it. So there was finally someone that wanted to restore it, and he couldn't because it was too far gone. So I just asked you to keep that in mind when you have a contractor that's willing to work with you and willing to restore a historical landmark. Thank you.
Thank you. I think next is John Flynn.
Good evening, members of the board, members of the planning department, Councilman Esposito. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight about the project that's being proposed for the old Underhill and Soundville site. My comments are basically the ones that were too inflammatory to be put in that ad, so they wouldn't let me put my comments in, so I'll have to make them tonight. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. What I wanted to talk about was based some of my readings of the EAF that's on file at the planning department's website on the town's website. Do I have that right? Is that it? Okay. The planning department website, town website. All of there's chapters and chapters of the of this EAF, which describes the project in great detail. And I have a couple questions about that. So that's what the main part of my discussion will be about. I look at this as having been on the planning board and looking at the things in the EAF and the questions that I would ask as I went through that and looked at it. And so I think the one thing that struck me was when I was on the planning board that we didn't have complicated legislation like this overlay district to try and interpret and figure out how it applies to a project. And you have the the great honor of being the first board to ever have to deal with that. And so I looked at this, and under the overlay law, developers have some ability to be awarded density bonuses, as has been often pointed out here. They can build at a higher density than that current conventional zoning allows, and that's why the Unicorn Corporation can take a property that was originally zoned as single-family housing and be able to propose building multifamily and mixed commercial uses on it. But as you look at that in Section 300-253 of the law, it includes the following language. In the event an applicant agrees to make infrastructure improvements that benefit the town to an extent greater than what is required by the conditions of this article, the planning board may grant incentives in relation to density, area, and bulk requirements, and including parking relief. And it also says, in the event an applicant provides real property or rentable square footage to the town, the planning board may grant the same incentives as I just mentioned. Thus, it seems to me that the overlay law is saying that the land development projects have to earn a density incentive by providing some type of improvements to the town's infrastructure that exceed those of a typical development. On the other hand, though, the applicant in Section 1.0 of the EAF claims it is entitled to the maximum density, and that would be a 0.55 floor area ratio specified in the overlay law. And I believe Mr. Blanchard actually said that at one point in one of your meetings, that they were entitled to this. So my first question is, under the town's overlay law, is the developer really entitled as of right to the maximum level of incentives provided in the law once the town board sends the project over you two guys? Or does the planning board have the authority to determine what level of incentives is justified by the proposed infrastructure improvements that the developer is offering? That's the first question. Then we move to Section 6 of the applicant's EAF, and that's the one on fiscal and socioeconomic analysis. And I'm afraid I'm going to have to go into the weeds on this, but as Mr. Fawn always says, the devil's in the details. So let's take a close look at Section 6. And I'm sure there's some of you who are going to wish I was up here defending trees and salamanders, but we're going to go into Section 6 in detail. The first and most important of these estimates is the number of people, including school children, who will live in the completed housing. And the EAF, this is the reason it's important, is it uses this to calculate what the revenues will, what the finished project's cost to the town and to the school district will be. And not surprisingly, the EAF, which the EAF, by the way, was prepared by Unicorn Corporation and its various consultants, they conclude the project will be a windfall for the town and for the school district. And the EAF population estimates are clearly based largely on demographic data published by Rutgers University in 2006. And you'll recall at the public information hearing last year, I questioned the use of the Rutgers study, and I pointed out that it was based on data collected in the year 2000, a census, and also that the researchers had stated that their, quote, study is not meant to provide the exact number of people or children that will move into a new residential development. The actual number to be generated is more likely to fall within a statistical range. But in Section 6 of the EAF, they justify the use of the Rutgers study, claiming that the researchers are considered the experts in demographic projections and the multipliers are considered the standard in this field of study. But when I visited the Yorktown Central School District to learn how they estimate future enrollments in their school population, I learned that in their view, the Rutgers study was not a credible method for projecting school enrollments. Nevertheless, the Rutgers study, using the Rutgers study, the Unicorn EAF estimates 34 students will reside at Yorktown Farms. And they conclude that because overall district enrollment has been decreasing, the district, quote, the district has the available capacity in each school to accommodate this modest increase. Unfortunately, the EAF neglects to, or is unaware of, a study recently published or prepared for the Central School District. That study is called the Comprehensive Long-Range Planning Study, Demographic and Enrollment Analysis 2022 to 23. Excuse me. So that study, according to that study, quote, gains are projected during the next 10 years with an increase of 203 students, or 5.9%. So what if the district needs to add capacity to its physical structure to accommodate students from Yorktown Farms, whether they be 34 or whether they be some other number? But assuming no need to increase capacity, the Unicorn EAF estimates the district's cost for accommodating 34 additional students from Yorktown Farms to be around $641,000. In Table 6-7, the EAF, and I apologize for not having fancy presentation slides like the developer, but I will put this all in a nice chart in my written comments. The EAF that subtracts this $640,000 from a projected tax revenue coming from the development of about $957,000 to claim a revenue surplus of $316,000, rounding up, for the district. However, that chart, showing the district tax revenue, does not include a deduction for Unicorn's tax abatement. In fact, the EAF neglects to show what the district revenue will be with tax abatements in place anywhere in the document. However, according to Table 6-4 of the same EAF section, the post-abatement revenues for both the district and the town only amount to $788,000. So once the town takes its slice from that money, it looks like there's going to be it could actually end up that this project provides little, if any, revenue to gain for the district, until 10 years out, when the tax benefits to Unicorn run out. So, and also to the extent that using faulty methods to estimate the number of students at Yorktown Farms, that is the Rutgers study, which the Central School District doesn't think is a useful study, results in an undercount, the district will face a revenue shortfall of $19,000 per year for each additional student that was undercounted. So my second question is this a credible environmental assessment form? And are you going to accept the EAF without correcting errors like these population projections and revenue estimates? And can you make important decisions about the project based on a faulty EAF? Final section I want to talk about is what's called complete street design. That's the term that's used in the overlay legislation that was called Planned Design Districts Overlay Zones, which was recently added to Chapter 300 of the Town Code. And that emphasizes complete street design and pedestrian accent. In the purpose and intent section of the statute, it speaks of creating, and again, I know I'm sort of going against the grain of what was just said about nobody walks in Yorktown, but listen to some of these things about some of the goals and objectives set up in this. It says the statute speaks of creating, quote, a more environmentally responsible town by enabling a hamlet with a more pedestrian-oriented public realm and implementing the complete streets practice. Where the law applies specifically to the Heights District, the code states, quote, the intent of this overlay zone is to encourage a walkable hamlet-style development that is both a commercial and community center that better serves the needs of its residents and the surrounding neighborhoods, unquote. The code further describes complete street design in the Heights as an objective to be encouraged, that's quotes on objective and encouraged, and one that, quote, emphasizes the pedestrian and bicycle experience, unquote. According to the code section titled Site Planning and Design, says every effort shall be made to maintain and encourage designs and layouts that enhance the pedestrian experience within the Heights. The section goes on to say, all new property developments and redevelopments must provide sidewalks along any property lines that front on public streets unless this requirement is waived by the planning board. And frankly, I agree with all of these goals. I mean, they are. You should be very proud of that, of what was included, I think, by the planning department in that legislation. It's very progressive, and I don't think there's a city planner in Western civilization that would argue against that. But let's consider the existing conditions on Underhill Avenue in the vicinity of the Soundview Underhill property. There are no sidewalks on the north side of Underhill, and this sort of gets to why nobody walks around the Heights. This results in the neighborhood surrounding the overlay district on Glen Rock and Giordano Drive having no way to walk to the proposed park or to walk to the rest of the hamlet. There is what at one time, many years ago, was a sidewalk on the south side of Underhill Avenue, but it's now surfaced in a choppy coat of asphalt and sits at the same level as the roadway, and it's almost undistinguishable from the roadway for a driver coming down Underhill. And if Sergio, if you think it's dangerous to walk from Starbucks to the bank, you should try walking on the sidewalk sometime. It is crazy, particularly when the only real good time to walk there is when the traffic backs up in the afternoon, and Dr. Greeley's going to fix all that, so it won't be safe at any time. The reason for that is on the other side of the sidewalk, the side where you don't have cars whizzing by an inch from you, there's a stone wall, so there's no escape route for pedestrians from wayward cars. And that cuts off residents of the condominiums and apartments on Rochambeau Drive from walking down to the proposed park or to the rest of the hamlet. It's simply too dangerous to use that sidewalk. And this condition will only get more dangerous as traffic volume is increased on Underhill Avenue by the intersection improvements. In New Jersey, we have a saying, improve the intersection, and more cars will come. That's what will happen here, and of course, the many cars that will be using the newly developed Soundview Underhill site. And I noticed that while you have spent considerable time and effort and planning for the proposed project's impacts on automobile traffic, and the town is preparing to open up its pocketbook to give up significant amounts of money and tax revenue to support highway improvements, there has been little effort or concern for the overlay law's vision of a walkable heights district. So my questions about this are, how does the proposed plan meet the pedestrian-oriented goals of the overlay law, especially concerning the neighborhoods that surround the overlay zone? Is the planning board going to weigh the requirements that Yorktown Farms provide sidewalks along its property lines, even requiring a sidewalk connection between the driveway at the estate house and the Glen Rock Street? Even just putting a stretch of sidewalk in there would make a terrific improvement in opening up a walkable access way for all those neighborhoods up in Giordano Drive. Can you approve high-density development? I guess what I'm asking is, can you approve high-density development without providing high-density infrastructure, such as sidewalks? And why doesn't the proposed plan include rebuilding the existing sidewalk and increasing pedestrian protection on the south side of Underhill? Can such improvements be folded into the plan for rebuilding Route 118 and the Underhill Avenue intersection? I also have a question about stormwater management, but I'll fold that one into my written remarks and just to speed things up. So in conclusion, I'd like to give you one of my favorite quotes from the actress-singer Cher. And Cher says, if it doesn't matter in 5 years, it doesn't matter. I find that very helpful in prioritizing life's problems. Of course, the Yorktown Farms project will matter in 5 years. It will matter in 25 years, and it will matter much further and longer than that. So I encourage you all to plan wisely for the long term and to take seriously the lofty goals of the overlay district legislation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Lieberman.
Good evening, Chairman Fahn and members of the Planning Board, Sergio Esposito, and thanks for organizing this public forum. I came tonight to ask for the developer and the various boards involved in the Underhill Farm decision process to focus on the needs and objectives of the town and the Underhill Avenue neighborhood. The original Underhill Farm was owned by a founding family of Yorktown. Since you are honoring this historic family by using the original name, then you should also honor the family by turning the mansion and surrounding buildings into a museum that we can all be proud of, and a destination that will attract visitors the same way that a Lyndhurst, Horace Greeley House, or Van Cortlandt Manor do. The historic house should not be turned into commercial space, as is the proposed plan. From reading about the Underhill Farm and family history, I found that Edward B. Underhill was an active Yorktown resident who took pride in Yorktown and worked to improve the town in many different ways. According to my readings, after the Underhill family no longer owned the site and much of the surrounding lands of the original estate were sold off, the property was willed for the purpose of humanitarian and community service. The site became the Gilbert Beaver Conference Center, offering weekend retreats, community lectures, and other programs. My wife used to direct the Westchester Golden Apple Chorus, and once or twice a year they would have weekend retreats and rehearsals there. Why can't the developer continue to offer the historic house for humanitarian and community-oriented purposes? I've talked to many residents who would appreciate a local lecture hall, a place to meet neighbors, a place for young people to meet after school and on weekends, and for numerous other purposes. Local artists can rotate displaying their works, game rooms can be provided, organizations with limited resources can meet there, and so on. And tangentially, if the new senior center is dependent on the Underhill Farm project, you should require the nutrition center to move there as well. It makes no sense to me to build a new senior center but keep the nutrition center at the cultural center. But getting back to Underhill Farm, neighbors of the property should benefit from reasonable population growth in the area, not from rapid urbanization. It's my understanding that the current property was originally zoned for 13 one-acre homes. That's reasonable growth. Instead of the 13 homes, the developer's plan is for 148 homes. This time, Unicorn can be a good neighbor and be reasonable. That density is overwhelming. We don't want such a dramatic transformation. We want to remain a suburban community. The Wyant development, which is being built behind the Roma building, calls for 24 families on 2.6 acres. Not counting the wetlands, the 13-acre Underhill Farm project should follow a similar ratio and would end up with 115 families. If there's an acre or two of wetlands and a pond, that number should drop to 105 or even down to 95 based on the number of actual buildable acres. And lastly, please don't raise my taxes and my neighbor's taxes by giving the developer such significant tax breaks. What they don't pay, I have to pay. The total tax bill for the total tax bill for the town must be paid. If Unicorn doesn't pay their share, then the burden falls on homeowners like me and other people in this room. In summary, one, Support the town by turning the Underhill Historic House into a museum, youth and adult gathering center, a true improvement and attraction for the town and its residents. 2, have the developer pay their taxes. They bought the property outright, knowing full well what the costs would be. Don't make me and the other residents pay the developer's taxes for them the way we did for Cairmont and Lowe's. 3, support the neighborhood by reducing the housing density. The overlay district was adjusted, in my opinion, for the sole purpose of allowing 148 homes to be squeezed into an area meant for 13. I've been to too many meetings where each project is looked at in isolation, not as part of a community. Please look at the big picture, do the right thing for the town and the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan Siegel.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'd like to focus my comments in 2 areas. The first is to state for the record that the Planning Board has not completed the seeker review, which means that you are not ready to proceed to a Part 3 negative declaration, which the developer has been pressuring you to do. Seeker has to be completed first. My second point will be to focus on the Planning Board's role under the overlay law, because it appears from what I've heard at several meetings that Planning Board members may not be familiar with the details of the law. My comments on the incomplete seeker are based on the following. My attendance at all Planning Board meetings during which Underhill Farm has been discussed, having read through most sections of both the draft and the final EAF, having written multiple memos to the Planning Board. I'm sure you're tired of hearing from me. Okay. Having read the memos from other advisory boards, and having read numerous court decisions about compliance with seeker. Based on all of the above, it's very clear that the Planning Board has not taken the proper required hard look regarding the multiple adverse environmental impacts involved in the Underhill Farm Plan. Some examples. Neighborhood character. It's hard to know where to start, as the board had virtually never addressed this key seeker requirement. You've only heard the developer side. You've never considered how 148 units and 15,600 square feet of commercial space will impact this residential neighborhood. Density, which has been raised by a few other speakers. You've never questioned the developer's statement that Unicorn's density is comparable to the existing neighborhood. You've never considered how commercial uses, including weekend uses and also evening hours, will impact the residential neighborhood, including things like traffic, especially commercial truck traffic, noise, outdoor lighting, and signage, as somebody mentioned earlier. You've never once asked for a visual representation of what the entire site would look like once it's developed. If you look at the photos in the EAF, they're all a bunch of separate ones, all isolated. There is no one entire view. You don't know yet what the adaptive reuse of the entire main house will be, okay, because it keeps on changing. We've heard one speaker talk about a restaurant, but what does a restaurant mean? We have 2 very different examples, Kittle House and a potential McDonald's. I think you've heard that there's a historic house down on Long Island that has been turned into a McDonald's. We're not sure about the upper floors. Again, how can you approve a site plan when you don't know what the use will be? Historic. There is a long list of issues, historic issues, that have not been addressed. You also need to clarify once and for all this senior-friendly issue. Tonight I heard for the first time that the senior units will be only in the condo building. This is something new. I don't think this has ever been discussed before. And from a legal point of view, I don't know how the developer plans to do that without a special senior citizen zone in Yorktown, and how you can segregate that and still also comply with the federal and state anti-discrimination housing laws. School impact, which John Flynn touched on. The FEAF definitely needs to be redone and the enrollment increased. The Yorktown School District just released a new report that shows that enrollment will be increasing, which is contrary to the outdated numbers that the developer shows. And also the developer shows, I think I don't have the table number with me, but I think he's projecting 0 children, but from more than 32 units. Traffic. Town's traffic consultant has suggested that you study the potential cut-through traffic on Glen Rock. Has that been done? And tonight, when I heard the first time that the people from Rochambeau and many of their issues have been raised, and I don't think the planning board has at one point mentioned Rochambeau. Parking. Don't get me started on that. There are lots of unaddressed issues. And here's one issue which hasn't been addressed at all, although I've mentioned it in my memos to you. The emergency access road through Beaver Ridge. Does it meet state fire code standards? We don't even know that, okay? There's also an issue about the access for fire trucks, and they have very specific turning radiuses within the buildings on the Underhill Farm site. And also, no one has ever talked about additional traffic of approximately 30 cars per day or peak hour travel through Beaver Ridge, where you have residents in wheelchairs, on walkers, and with canes, and you have additional traffic going through there. What's obvious is that you are rushing to do a negative declaration before these seeker issues have been addressed, and that you are basically inviting a lawsuit. And it almost looks as if you don't care if there's a lawsuit. After all, why should you care? As individuals, you won't be paying the legal bills. You have nothing to lose. We all, as taxpayers, will be paying those legal fees. I'm asking you to look at the record. If you proceed to a negative declaration without having resolved these seeker issues, you will have failed the court's 3 key seeker tests. 1, you will not have done the required hard look. 2, your findings won't be based on what's known as a reasoned elaboration. And 3, some of your findings will be deemed arbitrary and capricious. And I'm sure your board attorney, who's very well versed in the law, can give you more background on that. Finally, I'd like to talk about the overlay law and the flexibility it gives the planning board to apply the provisions of the law. This is important because the Underhill Farm attorney has been trying to convince you that you have no flexibility, that the overlay law locks you into accepting the Underhill plan as it is, and that's simply not true. At least twice at planning board meetings, a member of your board has asked the planning board's attorney for legal guidance on this issue. I'm not sure if the attorney ever responded in a written memo, because when I asked for a copy of this possible memo, I was told I couldn't get it because it would be confidential. But even though I'm not a lawyer, I think my reading comprehension skills are fairly okay. So I read the overlay law. Actually, I've read it several times, and I summarized my findings in a memo to your board on May 18th. The law says clearly that the planning board, despite the fact that the underlying zoning is for single family, 1 acre, the law says that the planning board should be guided by the R3 multifamily standards for area and bulk regulations. Use that as a guide. The law also says 7 times that you may apply those guidelines. 2 times it says you can modify those guidelines. 2 times it says you can waive those guidelines. Even when the law says shall, it has caveats, like shall be guided by but shall not be strictly bound by, or shall determine the variations are in the public interest. You don't need a lawyer to tell you that what's very clear. The overlay law gives the planning board considerable flexibility. Flexibility to require the developer to subtract wetlands from the density calculation, come back with a revised plan with a much lower FAR, more in line with multifamily housing in Yorktown. The proposed FAR is more than double the maximum FAR for multifamily housing, to provide more parking, and to pay a recreation fee based on the number of units. And even though the current law, some people may say, is ambiguous, the law is very clear that there are valid reasons why the recreation fee should be paid. You, the planning board, have the power. You have the authority to ask for more flexibility if you want to use it. You do not have to accept the plan that works for the developer. instead of a plan that works for the town, a better, more appropriate plan. You do it all the time. You know I'm there at all of your meetings. I've watched you do that. I've watched you change plans and tell the developer, go back to the drawing board, come back with something else. You've done it for other plans. I'm asking, please do it for Underhill Farm. So where should we proceed next? It's clear, I think you're going to have to adjourn the hearing tonight, but not next week. I'm almost finished. Just 3 more sentences. But I'm asking you to only reconvene the meeting after the long list of unresolved issues have been addressed. Ultimately, some of us may disagree with those additional findings, but at least your board will have done a complete seeker and has taken the required hard look and lessened any chance of a successful lawsuit. Yes, a successful lawsuit that can and should be avoided. I thank you for your time, and after everyone has spoken, there are some additional comments I'd like to make based on what some other people have said. Thank you.
Next, Peggy and Jack O'Reilly. Next, Mr. John DeVito.
Hello. Thank you for hearing me out today. My name is John DeVito. I've lived in Yorktown a total of 20 years. From the age of 2 to 18, I lived on Evergreen Street, went to school in Pittsburgh, lived in Auburndale, Queens, lived in New Jersey in Edgewater, and decided to come back and just bought a house in 2019 off of Broad Street on Broadview Terrace. I'm for this project because, and you have to excuse me, I wrote some stuff down here. Because I think it's an extraordinary opportunity that's not only going to enrich the lives of the seniors, but also bring significant financial benefits to our community. The addition of a senior living complex to our neighborhood promises a multitude of advantages, including a remarkable boost of our local tax revenue. Previously, the property in question contributed $0 in tax revenue to our community. However, with the establishment of this complex, the dormant space will now generate millions of dollars in taxes annually. These funds can be allocated toward crucial community projects, such as improving infrastructure, enhancing public services, investing in more education, healthcare, and other vital resources. In the 20 years I was here, I had never visited the property. In fact, it was an ongoing joke that it was a mental institution. Now, in addition of this complex, it not only brings immeasurable benefits to the seniors, but it fosters a sense of community, but also provides a remarkable financial opportunity for our community. One of the gentlemen that came up here before spoke about what's it going to cost us. And I think, the word cost, I think we missed something there, and I think ahead of it should be opportunity cost. When you have a community like this, and you add, a senior living complex, the most significant advantage is the ability to keep families together. And well-rounded students in our community, well-rounded kids in our community, I coach lacrosse for 11 to 12-year-olds, that atomic family is very useful in creating well-rounded individuals. I am a product of Yorktown, and my grandfather lived with us because he didn't have any place else to go. Though that was tough, that portion of my life developed me into the person that I was. And for a fast-paced world, it's not uncommon for adult children to move away from their hometowns in pursuit of education, career opportunities, or personal growth. This often results in families being separated by great distances, making it challenging for loved ones to stay connected and support one another. By introducing this complex within our community, we create an opportunity for families to reunite, remain close. Many seniors may choose to reside in the complex, allowing them to maintain their connections with children, grandchildren, and extended family members who live in the area. Proximity enables more frequent visits, fostering stronger intergenerational bonds and promoting family unity. The presence of a senior complex also offers a practical solution for families facing caregiving challenges. Aging parents or grandparents may require additional support or specialized care that can be provided within the complex. This ensures that families can access the necessary resources while still enjoying the benefits of living close proximity to one another. Moreover, when families can remain together within our community, the sharing of knowledge, experiences, traditions becomes much easier. Younger generations have the opportunity to learn from the wisdom of their elders, preserving family histories and cultural heritage. A lot of older people than myself that were here today taught me a lot about the older property that I never knew. So in conclusion, the addition of a senior living complex not only creates a supportive environment for the seniors, but also serves as a powerful mechanism for keeping families together. By nurturing these family ties, we foster a sense of connectedness, create a support network, and ensure that our community remains vibrant and resilient for generations to come. And lastly, for the strain that others may talk about to our educational institutions, I've seen the French Hill School sit dormant for years, practically dormant for years, and I feel like there's a lot of opportunity for new jobs here as well. To bring more people to the community to work. And then, as far as, the traffic situation goes, I myself used to drive to Long Island every day for work. I myself used to drive to New York City every day for work. I've also taken ferries to work. And what I will say is, since the pandemic, I've had the opportunity to work from home as well. And a lot more people are doing that, especially within the technological revolution. So, updated traffic numbers, I think, is important to keep in mind. I've had best friends that live in Rochambeau, and in the 20 years that I've driven in Yorktown, I have not gotten into an accident on that turn. But at the same time, how many cars go through that intersection per year? And that 27 number was over a 3-year span. 27 accidents over 3 years amongst how many encounters with vehicles in that four-way? What percentage are accidents, and what percentage get to where they're going easily? Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you guys tonight. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, so at this point, it's almost 9:30. We've heard a lot. We've let people speak to great lengths, try to respect everybody's opinions. At this point, I don't know how much new information we're going to have, but I ask you as you come up to speak, if you could be respectful to what we've heard in the past and not duplicate some of the comments. That being said, next we have Leslie Hochberg.
Good evening. Thank you for giving us this forum. I want to speak to legacy and historical legacy. I'm going to read a plaque that is on the wall at Beaver Ridge, where I live. I'm very lucky. Jean Keir Beaver, 1890 to 1985. Peacemaker, educator, builder of community, friend to all, visionary Christian, and by Christian meaning follows the golden rule. Her faith in God and love for people kept her young at heart and mind for 95 years. Her enthusiasm and patience made this home, Beaver Ridge, a reality. Jean Beaver, I knew when I was a little kid. My family brought us here. My parents were from the Greatest Generation. We arrived in 1959. I was a baby. And the Yorktown had a great school system and great people. Culturally, almost nothing. You know that. And we hardly any shopping or anything. Jean Beaver, the Beaver Conference Farm, opened up the farm buildings to our artists and to classes. My mother taught art painting in one of the barns there. When I was a little kid, we used to get to go and walk around the old buildings with the low ceilings and the tiny little halls and play in the pond and everything like that. So she gave back to that community something really special, which we all needed. and continued and had the foresight, which is amazing, remarkable, during the 60s, the heyday, everybody was doing great, I mean, just phenomenally productive, profitable time for people. She had the foresight to provide housing for senior citizens. Nobody was thinking about that. And guess what? As a 7-year-old, I saw Jean Beaver walking the property. This extraordinary woman. I think if I saw her today, I would say she was an abolitionist. She was, she must have been in her 90s at the time, with a gray bun up in her hair, just walking through the property. I heard she was almost blind at the time, but just aware of everything. After then the Beaver Conference Farm became house to religious retreats and retreats for people to delve into and contribute to world peace and humanity. Now, I understand legacy. I understand the overlay district can be a good thing, but it is, in this forum, it is not preserving the legacy of Jean Beaver or any of our history, and the density of 148 units is only for the benefit of the realtor, the unicorn. That is not benefiting our community. We've heard wonderful, very detailed talks on the impact on the watershed, the land, the environment, the cutting of trees, the impact on our school systems, and for what? There can be a much, much better overlay district that really honors the legacy of this great person and our own great history in Yorktown, which is the whole Hudson Valley was the home of the American Revolution. We wouldn't even be here without the Hudson Valley. So let's honor the legacy and not just give away. The only winner here in this plan, in my mind, and in many of the speakers that you're listening to, and we need to listen to people, is that Unicorn got a great deal, and at whose expense. So let us honor the legacy of Jean Cure Beaver, 1890 to 1985, and make a sensible overlay plan. That overlay plan was given as an afterthought after the sale, and that is not fair. It is not transparent, and is completely against the spirit of someone who actually changed my life. At 66 now, I'm lucky to live there. When I was a child, I used to play on the property and witnessed her firsthand. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Paul Moskowitz.
Hello, Paul Moskowitz. Now for something completely different.
Excellent.
I have not heard anyone discussing energy, and I think we live in the 21st century. Despite my desire to stay in the 20th century, I've been dragged into it whether I wanted it or not. And energy considerations have changed in the 21st century. We are seeing a changeover from fossil fuels to clean energy. New York State has enacted something called the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. This act says that by 2025, and according to my calculations, that's only 2 years from now, all new low-rise buildings must have electricity for heating and cooking. You can no longer use oil or gas to do this. It says 10 years after that, by 2035, all new car and light-duty trucks must be electric vehicles. So how do we accommodate these? One way to do it, of course, is to pass this proposal as quickly as we can before the New York State mandates take effect. Or we can think ahead a little bit. For instance, we should be rewiring or pre-wiring the parking spaces for electric vehicles. It'll cost a lot more to wire them for the electric charging stations later rather than sooner. We should build according to LEED standards. That's LEED. This is mentioned in the prototypical overlay law, but I have not seen it mentioned by anybody since. And I don't think it was included in our town's version. We should be using geothermal heat pumps for heating and cooling, rather than fossil fuels like oil or gas. Finally, we should design the roofs of our new buildings for solar panels. Solar electricity has reached the point where it's cheaper than fossil fuels. I have a friend who pays $20 a month for his electricity, but he generates enough electricity of his own with his solar panels to drive his EV 9,000 miles, which is more than he needs. So I think I would like to hear a genuine discussion of energy considerations for this development and not put it off for another century. Thank you.
Thank you. Melvin Tasman.
Good evening. I'm Mel Tansman. I'm a 32-year resident of Mohegan Lake, and I'm also a retired social worker who has 40 years of experience of working with people who are elderly and disabled. I think all of us have seen the ads that have gone on for about a month in several newspapers in the area, and somebody talked about it being disingenuous and misleading, and frankly, this is not truth. This is pure marketing, and to be very honest, I think that it was a strategic error this evening on the part of the board to allow the developers to take up the first 40 minutes without, what they really should have been doing is to wait till everybody spoke and answer some of the questions that they haven't answered thus far. And I thank Mr. Bach for talking about that earlier and for him saying that. So let me begin by talking about the senior nature of this development. There are claims that it's going to be senior friendly. This is not a defined term. It is not recognized in the human service community or in the housing community. What I'd like the developer to explain what amenities actually make this development uniquely friendly to seniors. All new multifamily housing must be physically accessible under New York State building code. So can't use the argument that, well, we're unique in that we're physically accessible. They're all, anything that gets built that's multifamily now is accessible. I know that. Let me now talk a little bit about the parking spaces for the senior center. As far as I know, there's currently, there is a funding stream to build that center, but as far as I know, there's no funding stream to staff it or to actually have programs there. Beaver Ridge is going to be impacted by this program. And that's probably the highest percentage of seniors in our town, seniors and people with disabilities. And yet, they're not here tonight. Why aren't they speaking up? Why aren't we listening to them about how they feel about this project? And I can explain some reasons, and that one is that most are elderly or physically disabled and on fixed low incomes. They don't have their own vehicles to come to these meetings in the evening. They also don't get out in the evening that often. I really think it would be appropriate for the planning board to have a special hearing at that site during early evening or daytime hours. They are the people affected. They are the ones who are going to have to deal with the vehicles and the additional population Somebody had mentioned, well, Susan Siegel had mentioned that, these are folks who use wheelchairs and walkers and are more fragile in terms of, what could happen to them. So I think it's really important, because if not, we're not hearing from that community at all. Traffic. Let's be very honest about this. The traffic is not going to be improved. The detriment of having 300 or more new vehicles may be mitigated partially, but it's not going to make that intersection safer, better, or less congested. It is going to be more congested because of the density of this project. There's, without a doubt, and I don't think that there's been any proof shown by the developers that, in fact, you can't widen that street. It's, it's property on both sides. So, the traffic may partially mitigate the influx of new vehicles. And it should be paid for only by the developer. The fact that, they claim they're paying $1.2 million to improve that intersection, but in fact, if you look a little deeper and even to their own ads, in fact, they're only really paying $650,000 because half of that $1,200,000 will be offset by the property tax allowance by the town that they just voted on. Commercial. With so many commercial spaces empty in downtown Yorktown, I don't see how this is going to enhance the community. They may be, developers talked about how proud they are about the development they did of the new medical facility. I don't know about you, but when I see it, I see a very ugly building, which replaced a building that had a lot of character. One of the buildings there had a lot of character to it. Is this the character we want in this town? Do we want to be a town of fast food restaurants, medical office buildings, and just no beauty at all? So I'm going to finish up with just a couple of more things. Finally, I really do question the town board decision to keep the discussions about the tax abatement only under closed doors and not public. It seems to me that does not enhance the credibility of town government. The rumors that everybody hears about the connections between the developers and some members of the town board.
I'm going to cut you off there.
Well,
no.
We're
not going negative.
Look,
you could talk.
Are we going to ignore the fact that there are rumors?
Sir, we're not dealing with rumors. We're dealing with the development.
Yes,
I'm going to
and
cut
I
you
think
off.
I have
Sir,
dealt
with all
with the
due
developer.
respect, I've let everybody speak. We're not going negative. We're dealing with this development. We're not talking about.
And we are talking about the development. Why is this development? Why is this development getting?
I will stop the meeting.
Fine. You didn't stop the developers who misled us.
No one's talking
and gave
about
false
relationships.
information. Thank you. Good evening.
Next, Lynn Briggs.
Good evening, folks.
How are you?
Good.
Good.
I'm Lynn Briggs, Chairman of the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission and Yorktown 250, and I'm representing our commission tonight. The Planning Board identified that historic was one of the 4 big focus areas for the Underhill Farm development, and rightly so. It is likely the first time you've had to deal with an historic site of this magnitude and significance. You requested our commission's input, like you do with ABACA, Tree Commission, and Conservation, and we provided it. We watched in person or on television at least 20 meetings, listened to countless presentations, submitted 23 memos to the Planning Board over the last 14 months, identifying our historic issues. But here's the bottom line. You have essentially ignored, not addressed, any of the issues. The question is, why? Let me be specific. The Planning Board and the developer's archaeology consultant repeatedly failed to address numerous potential adverse historic impacts our commission submitted into the public record. In addition, the Planning Board failed to require the town's paid consultant, HPI, to assess the numerous potential adverse historic impacts we submitted into the public record. Specifically, the Planning Board failed to address the qualifications and credentials of the developer's archaeology consultant in structural engineering, building integrity, construction cost, adaptive reuse, restoration architecture, cultural landscape, specialties the consultant continually offered guidance throughout the studies. The board failed to address the credibility of the consultant's reports. There have been numerous omissions, misrepresentations, lots of opinions without supporting facts or evidence. And you did not address potential significant impairment of the planned development to numerous environmental resources: archaeological, historic, architectural, aesthetic, community and neighborhood character, and land use intensity. The elephant in the room continues to be intensity of land use, the driver of most, if not all, environmental impacts. At the outset of the secret process, the Planning Board indicated that density, traffic, wetlands, and historic were the areas of focus. Despite repeated commitments to address density, the Planning Board has failed to do so. The question is, why hasn't the Planning Board ever challenged the developer's statement that he has to build as many residential units as possible, plus commercial, on the site to maximize his profit? Quoting from the Unicorn Archaeology Consultant's Alternatives Analysis Report, reducing the overall scale of the project would significantly reduce the financial viability of the project and would prevent the community improvements from taking place. If the project were scaled down, it could not be completed. So Planning Board, please require the developer to submit the data that supports his maximum build plan. So where are we after 14 months? The bottom line is the full environmental assessment form document is incomplete. The Planning Board has more work to do, a lot more work to do. The Planning Board needs to perform the SECRA hard looks and address the unresolved potential adverse historic impacts prior to issuing any SECRA determination of significance decision for this development. So here's what we think needs to be done. Redo the Phase 1 archaeology report now to include Revolutionary War period of significance in Yorktown. A critical part of Yorktown's history, the presence of French Army troops that may have relevance to the property, was omitted in the consultant's report. Number 2, rule in or out whether a French Army camp was located on the site. Stop armchair speculating. My commission has done the work to figure out where the encampments are, and we'll share this with you. 3, answer the question, were the Underhills engaged in Underground Railroad activity? We can help you with that too, with an approach. You say, quote, primary accounts are needed to make a definitive statement. Do the research to find the accounts. They're out there. You just have to look for them. Clarify how the main building will be used, what historic resources will be retained or impacted, and who. And it's time for Unicorn to identify the world-renowned or award-winning architects assigned to this project and how the $1 million restoration will take place. The developer has been talking about this for 2 years. Require the specifics. Number 5, specify how the main building will be respected architecturally when surrounded by a 40-foot high, 11,000 square foot commercial space. Number 6, assessed every one of the SHPO designated contributing outbuildings, not just 3, for worthiness of preservation and or reuse by a qualified restoration architect, not an archaeology consultant without the proper credentials. Number 7, required the developer to submit alternate site plans scaling back the density. You said this was a focus area time and time again. Please, please honor your commitment. Number 8, required the developer to recognize the entire setting and feeling of the eligible property for State and National Register of Historic Places. It is a cultural resource and should be protected, not just the main building. Require a cultural landscape master integrated plan. Show the interrelationships in the hierarchy of all the elements, the park-like land, the outbuildings, the main building, the pond, gates, stone walls, mature trees, and vegetation. And finally, acknowledge that the letter of resolution should be dismissed. It was signed before Unicorn was accepted as an applicant under the overlay law, and it's based on an out-of-date plan that is still changing. And please stop saying the state has signed off on it, it's ready to go. They haven't. Only Mr. Galero has signed it. It is not ready to go. Mitigation cannot be considered until the planning board identifies all the potential historic adverse impacts in a revised plan from Unicorn. Finally, as we communicated at the March 8 Joint Commission meeting, we understand that the Underhill Farm is a private property and the developer must make money. But here's the question. Do you want your legacy to be the destruction of the site of our founding fathers and the loss of the 2-century-old scenic gateway to our hamlet? If we put our collective minds to it, we can achieve both, the economics and the historic. So, Planning Board, we urge you to build a community solution, do the work, one that addresses density and historic, the entire setting and feeling of the site, not just the main building. A solution that we can each say, I help preserve our shared history. Thank you.
Thank you. Angelo Tetro.
My name is Angelo Tetro, and I live in Yorktown for 26 years. I don't have any written down information here. Everything is going to come from my mind and from my heart and what I feel like. I'm going to state right now that I'm against this plan for a number of reasons, and one of them is concerning the density issue concerning this project. And another one is, if I'm thinking ahead, that the tax abatement that this organization is going to get for 10 years, most of us are not going to be around 10 years from now to benefit from that tax abatement. I'm 85 years old now. I don't know how much longer I got in this world. So I'm not going to benefit after 10 years because I probably won't be here. And a lot of us are going to be paying additional taxes if this plan goes through, no matter how you look at it. And another thing that I'm concerned about, if we look towards the future, we're looking at the Kmart project, which is another additional 142 units being built. Nobody is mentioning that now, on top of this 148. So you're talking about almost 300 new units being built in this confined area. I don't know how that's going to impact our drainage systems, our school systems, our fire systems, our water systems. You're talking about close to 300 families. And it seems like the planning board is just rubber stamping everything that the developer is asking you to do. And I think you should look into it more. I think you should look into it.
I'm going to stop you for a second.
Okay.
All right? We're not rubber stamping anything. All right? Please. We've been looking at this for over a year. We're doing our diligence. I've heard from a number of people that we're not doing our job. We should be doing this. We're going through a process. There's a process and procedure, and it's not done yet. So we're not rubber stamping anything. All right?
But it's like even what happened in the beginning of this meeting, you let them get up and give their views before you had the opportunity of the citizens.
We let everybody
They
speak.
should be addressing what we're saying, not dictating to us what they
That's
what
the
they
process. So there's a process. They present. We're going to get questions, and we're going to get answers. That's the process.
Right. But this is what I'm saying. I'm looking towards the future with
Thank you.
that 142 units that are going to be considering to be built.
And we're
where
considering that,
Kmart
too.
was, and I
Yep.
know that that's on the agenda. So that should be brought up also. That's important.
It is.
But I don't think we should be giving the breaks to Unicorn that they're going to be getting, because we're not getting nothing really back for it in the end. And especially the older people like myself.
Understood.
10 years from now, we're not going to be here. We're not going to profit what you say.
Just as a point of order,
I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you very much. No disrespect. Jim Wade. Mr. Wade. Oh, sorry.
Good evening.
How are you?
I think we've all been given an awful lot to think about tonight. And we understand it's a process, but there's a certain feeling that maybe some parts of the process need another hard look. A previous gentleman said, it's all about the property. He's right, but we have to look at the traffic situation and the mitigation. And I would compare what is being proposed to what was done in the Lowe's Trader Joe development. It was done splendidly, effectively, and right next to a major intersection with the Taconic. And the traffic flow system there works admirably. And you know why it's so good? They had enough room to do it right. And the traffic problem here is there isn't enough room to do it right. And if you're going to add more onto it, more volume, it's utterly inexplicable. As for the property, it is the most important, still standing piece of really old Yorktown that exists. And I would not like to think of having a restaurant in it or lawyers' offices. If you go ahead with this plan, for God's sake, cut the housing density down. Do remember what the previous gentleman said about the needs of senior citizens. I'm 83, so I think about that kind of thing. And I hope that haste is not warranted. Yorktown, the center of it, the village, or whatever we want to call it, downtown Yorktown, is fortuitously, and maybe with some good planning, surrounded in effect by a residential greenbelt. In other words, no matter how you're escaping from Yorktown, you quickly run out of anything commercial, it's residential. Even that goes for 202, which stays pretty much residential. Yeah, a beautiful church on it and other things. Stays pretty much residential until it hits the Taconic. After the Taconic, anything goes. 202, for the moment, seems to be working with all the new stuff that's been put on it. And I, again, commend the developers who undertook that splendid. I can tell you, my wife and I have been praying for Trader Joe's for years, and now we've got one. Thank heaven. So I am not opposed to development, but I am opposed to desecration of history.
Thank you. Anthony Hoffman. Anthony Hoffman. Okay. Michael Grace. Jenny Sunshine. Michael Amrick. Oh, sorry. How are you? I did. How are you?
Good. Thank you so much for having this meeting. We've been all looking very much forward to it for a long time. Jenny Sunshine, I've lived here for 20 years now, raising my 2 kids, and my husband grew up here as well. His family was here since about 1968. Okay, so I have a lot of questions still, so I'm going to try to work hard here and be brief. The main issue, though, about this piece of property, what makes it so very special, is that it is undisturbed land. It is land, 13 acres, that have been here undisturbed, not paved over, for 200 years or more. So it's so special because of that, okay? And then when you add on to that the fact that it is the founder, Edward Burroughs Underhill, that's his house, and then of course, if you delve into the history even more, the Underhills actually owned so much more land all around this whole area. So it's undisturbed land. So what does that really, really mean? That means 2 things. If you want to talk about the environment, that means that is habitat that has been there since the beginning of time. Now, I realize that some of this property was maybe a farm at one point, but farmland, especially back in the day when they didn't really use pesticides so much, you still had habitat and wildlife, and trees were able to mature. And when you have mature trees, then you have animals that really rely on those tall trees, like red-tailed hawks. They need tall trees to be able to hunt. So a new tree that's newly planted is not going to do the trick. Eagles need tall places to fly down from and raise their young. Bats, which are extremely important in our neighborhood and which are totally here, they eat so much of the mosquitoes and bugs that we all don't want, so we want to have those beneficial animals. Also your owls, and like I said, red-tailed hawks and eagles and so forth, they're going to eat all the mice that we don't want to have, right? So we have beneficial animals that no doubt, without question, are in that property. And if you have wetlands as well, which we know that there is on that property, maybe vernal pools that happen, so part of the year it's dry, part of the year it's wet. So you're going to have other animals that are beneficial too, like maybe some turtles that are endangered, or you have newts or salamanders, or even coyotes that might pass through, or deer that might pass through. There's whole ecosystems that have been there for hundreds and hundreds of years because, see, it was private property. It is still private property, but it was private property before, which is why you didn't have the Girl Scouts visit, really, or other, school visits, because it was private, and those other people that owned that land use the land in congruence with what it really is a beautiful historical piece of property, 13 acres, that, they didn't do anything to it. They didn't make big parking lots. They used the property in the way that it was kind of meant to be used. So, just to kind of clarify, and we all know, but it used to belong to the Underhills, and they had large pieces of land, maybe a little farming, but it was basically intact. And then you had the Beaver Conference Center, which the other person...
I don't mean to be rude, but you said you had questions about the project.
Yes.
Can
so
we get to that?
I obviously... yes, see? Okay, now I'm going to have to backtrack a little bit. Questions. So yes, so obviously the environmental reviews have not been done completely or correctly. I don't know what you want to say about that. But so there's obviously animals that are there and ecosystems that are there. So that's, and according to New York State, there's lots of things that could be protected or should be protected that are on that property. No doubt. Okay, so then the other issue with having an undisturbed piece of property is all of the historical aspects of it, and I'm just going to read them really quick. And I will get to the questions, so don't worry about that. Obviously, Revolutionary War, Native Americans, Underground Railroad, the founder of Yorktown used to live there. The fact that it's related to Captain John Underhill, the history goes even further, okay? The Underhill Society would love to own that piece of property, but they were never given a chance. There's a whole lineage of people who are Underhills who would love to have that piece of property and would keep it the way it is. Also, I'm confused and disturbed as to, here's a question, why it was never really put onto the National Registry of Historic Places when that was already like in the works, and that didn't get a chance to happen. Yeah, so as far as wildlife goes, what are you doing to preserve the wildlife on there?
All right, so that's
Okay.
a good question.
Yes.
Okay, so your question is about wildlife and the historic.
And if there's any endangered species, and
Right.
why hasn't the proper reviews haven't been done, the SECRA reviews and so forth?
Okay, what else you got?
Okay. The parking doesn't make sense.
Okay.
That exists on there now. It doesn't add up. If you have 148 units plus commercial, plus it's going to be a public park, okay, then that's like 400 spaces. And how do you make 400 spaces with all those units and keep the main building on 13 acres? That's just not enough space to do that. Plus, you're
Okay.
going to have all the trucks and delivery and garbage and so forth. So
All right.
that's a question.
Yep.
Okay. Traffic. Okay, on Underhill, it's not just about the light. Okay, so the problem with Underhill is that there's blind spots when people drive from the Taconic to town.
Right.
There's lots of hills, ups and downs, so it's hard to see, to be able to judge if you can turn out. So how are you going to protect the people in Yorktown and the drivers when you have even more dense property of the rest of Underhill, not just the light, but the rest of Underhill is a question, is a problem. It's very dangerous, and you need actually less density, not more density going into that. So that's a question there.
Okay.
What is the target market for this property? Because I keep going over it in my mind. I have elderly people in my family that live in beautiful retirement villages, and they pay a lot of money to live in the retirement villages, but they get amenities. They have trolleys that take them to town. They have pools. They have private spaces to walk and be, and have quiet. They don't have a lot of traffic in those places. They have spa services, or they have whirlpools, and they have.
So you're looking for a list of amenities for the seniors. It's a great question.
Yes.
Okay.
If you're going to charge a lot of money for this property, which supposedly it is because it's market rate, then I don't know. How you're going to find enough people to live there. A few people have said they might want to live there, so that's a question. So if you build this the way that Mr. Bullara would like to build it, then what if you cannot find the people to live there? And I will tell you why, because I will tell you that people, if it's not going to be affordable housing, which we do need, if it's not going to be affordable housing, then that means it's going to be expensive housing.
Right.
So then what elderly people are going to want to spend tons of money to not have private places for them to hang out? Okay?
Good
because if it's going to be a public park, nobody's going to want to spend a lot of money to go hang out with the public. Okay?
What else?
So, and they're not going to have the amenities.
Okay.
And also elderly people, especially in my family, there's no way that they're going to be able to walk across the street to go to Uncle Giuseppe's to buy anything because they can't even walk across the apartment.
Okay.
Okay?
Good question. What else you got?
Okay. So, just a moment, please. All right. So, well, there's other things that other people covered, so that was good. All right, I guess I will say I wish there were, maybe you could get some independent consultants to review every single thing about this property, because I'm very uncomfortable with the professionals that the developer has purchased or, paid to come and review everything at this property, because,
So
they have everything to gain by making it so that it's a good idea.
That's a great
we need
point.
independent people to come in and review every single thing. And then I think a lot of people would feel better if it was completely independent and independently paid consultants.
That's a question I'll answer. So the town has hired an environmental consultant, a historical consultant, and a traffic consultant, along with their own professionals. So there are independent people looking at that, and we agree with you. That's why we did that.
Well, the other thing I would just say is another thing I'm uncomfortable with is, can the public come and see the property? Like, nobody's been allowed to come on the property. It's been very, very, very secret and very quiet. So, I know an archaeological person that was like barely able to see anything. So that's my point, is like, why is it so secret? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time. Next, we have Michael Amrick. Michael Amrick. Sheila Skyer. Sorry. How are you tonight?
Okay, hanging in.
Excellent.
I appreciate you opening this up to the public. My name is Sheila Schreier. We moved here in 1975 from the Bronx. We fell in love with the bucolic nature of the town of Yorktown. And honestly, my neighbors and I are horrified by all the clear cutting that has taken place lately, which has nothing to do with this particular property. And I have my notes, but I see we're playing Jeopardy tonight, so I have to make a lot of them in the form of a question. I watched the meeting in which you had all of the boards together, and I remember that our Yorktown Parks and Recreation Department was expecting a certain very large amount of money according to all the units. The builder is offering to dredge and maintain the pond as a recreation area in perpetuity, which is very admirable. The pond is supposed to have signs with historical information, but instead of paying Parks and Rec, we'll give a donation of $225,000. I know there were some Parks and Rec people here, and they're very happy to have the money, but it costs Parks and Rec a lot more than that to upkeep all of the fields and everything that we have around town. So does Yorktown need another recreation area, really? For the pond, is there going to be sufficient parking? At a previous meeting, the Girl Scouts were told that if they wanted to come and visit the pond and there wasn't any parking, they could park somewhere in town and they could walk to the pond. I don't personally see that the general public doing the same thing if there is not sufficient parking on site. There is talk of a senior center with 30 spots. I have not seen anything on the site plan or any discussion by the planning board, maybe I missed something because I have been listening, about the senior center, and they're talking about 30 spots. Are the spots going to be used also to access the pond, or are they primarily for the senior center? The condos and apartments will have their own pools, exercise rooms, and other amenities, is what I heard. How will the people living in these condos and apartments feel about strangers wandering around their property nearby, like around the pond?
Sorry.
I personally don't see the pond as a draw for the citizens of Yorktown. I would much rather have Parks and Rec get the total amount of money directly according to what the code says based on the number of units. We really don't need another recreation area in town. Let me try to form this one in as a question. I'm watching the changes to the 118 Underhill Avenue intersection, and I think they're cosmetic. With all, considering that Yorktown is or planning on condos, they're talking about, as the gentleman stated before, he beat me to it, all of the units whenever the Kmart property is developed. Are the changes to the intersection that are planned right now going to be able to accommodate all of this building in town that is on the horizon? And as far as the person who compared Caremount being totally occupied, that's really not a good comparison. Caremount is a medical building. Of course it's occupied. It's got doctors and labs and all sorts of stuff. So you can't say that a medical building is going to have the same occupancy as a residential building.
Thank you very much. Jan and Walt Daniels.
I'm Jane Daniels, and my husband Walt. We have lived in Yorktown since he for 1968, me for 1970. We're a little late in the game on coming up to talk to you, and you've asked that we not repeat things. I will say I have mixed feelings about this project, very mixed feelings. I would love to have an apartment there. Do I want it with what these guys want to put? It's too crowded. Okay. Senior Citizen Center, 30 spots for parking. Yes, the pond's nice, but you can't walk there. There are no sidewalks in the whole property. You don't put sidewalk. Yes, you can have sidewalks where you have cuts to go into a garage, but if the garages are cheek to jowl, there's no place for the sidewalk. The sidewalk should be going into town. Many of you know that Walt and I are involved with the Parks and Rec Department for walking and hiking opportunities. People in Yorktown walk. We saw it in the pandemic, and it's going to continue. And that particular site for these apartments, condos, etc., are ideal to walk over to make use of the Yorktown Green, or whatever you call it right now. So the other thing that hasn't been mentioned, are there going to be pervious pavements in this area? Because that's a lot of road there, and you're going to have runoff. So I'm not going to go into all the details that others have gone ahead of me, but it needs to get some fixing. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to my husband.
I want to comment on the Conservation Board memo presentation. As a former Conservation Board member for 10 years, I fully support that document. They've nailed most of the issues as respect to the environment. One of the other comments was about subtracting off possibly the wetlands and the pond area as from the density calculations. And if you take those out, then presumably you also have to increase the amount of rec commission, because they're relying on that stuff for reducing their rec contribution from the 500,000 down to 200 and whatever thousand. The issue of what's going to become of the house and the senior center, and both of those are undefined. It's hard to make a decision on which way you should go until you know more about those things. One thing you might consider is using the mansion as the senior center. That seems like would be a good use there, and supply a lot more space than the tiny little building that is Pavilion. Thank you.
Thanks, Walt. All right, I think we need a 10-minute break.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
How many more we got?
How many more? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Hey, what's up, bud? I'm last on the list. Are you? Oh, shoot. All right, all right. Huh?
Go to bed 2 hours ago.
Is he he's on the list to talk, right?
Yeah, we both were.
He's leaving? Oh, shoot.
There's only like 14 people.
I know.
You go
I
with
know
the
why we're
list.
taking a 10-minute break. I don't
I
know.
know. We got 3 of our guys leaving.
Who else is leaving?
Well, he's got to go. Kevin's got to go. Johnny's here. Huh? When are you next up? What do they got? You're next. You are. No.
Is there a way to see it?
Jim.
You know what? I think he got here late. And that's what Aaron got us. Because Aaron talks to them all the time.
Where are you going? I know where you're going. You're going for a beer. I need an idea. I'm going to go home and have my wife give me an idea.
So I've only picked out 2 people in my New York State Senate office. One was the guy right there, New York Giants, New York Mets. Mel Tanton. He is so mean. Better or what? Mel Tanton, the guy right here. I picked 2 people out of my office. Here's one. So mean. What is that? Oh, yeah, that'd be and he said, I for years I took care of the development and treated the people that came into my office so mean. I go, I go, you gotta stop. You stop this. You don't talk to people that way. And then he did exactly what he just did in the room. He got up and started getting in my face. I walked out. I said, get him out of my office. That should have been phase 1. Oh my God. I need water. No water. Dan isn't talking. Our man Dan. That guy, no, Dan. Oh, that's Jack. Yeah, Gussie. Let me see if he's on the list.
I've been looking at a while. I asked Ethel did it on State Hill Road. Next to Gary.
All right, we're back from our break. The video is going to start up again. What do you want to do? All right. We have a few more here to go through. Next is Susan Dold. Susan Dold. Oh, she's coming up.
Hi, everyone.
How are you?
Susan Dollard. Live on Glenrock Street, across from the mental institution and the mosquito pond, as other people had said. We appreciate this opportunity to voice our thoughts. With the planned Underhill Farm development, our front yard view will change from trees and vegetation to the rear of a multi-story townhouses and their mechanicals. Our main issues are density and neighborhood character, and we feel that the board hasn't done an adequate, in-depth job discussing these, at least in public. At the very beginning of the CEQA review, you identified density as one of 4 key issues and concerns, the others being wetlands, traffic, and historic. To me, density means how many buildings, residential and commercial, are being squeezed onto this 13.8 acre site. Density means how those buildings and uses will impact my neighborhood and the quality of life for our neighbors and us. While I'm no expert in SECRA, what I've learned from all the meetings I've attended and viewed over the past year, as part of SECRA, you're supposed to be considering how Underhill Farm will impact our neighborhood. Have you? Have you considered how this multi-year construction project is going to affect the quality of life of the residents surrounding Underhill Farm? Constant noise and air pollution will become a daily occurrence. This project will forever change our quality of life. How would you feel if Underhill Farm was going to be your neighbor? From where we stand, it doesn't appear the impact to the community has been addressed with real concern. You've talked and displayed a lot of concern about traffic and wetlands, but you've never really discussed density in depth. Why not? Why haven't you discussed in public what's important to the people of our neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods? Isn't that one of the responsibilities of the board? At the May 3rd Planning Board meeting, one of the topics the Underhill Farm attorney touched on was density from the developer's perspective. And the attorney tried to convince you that Underhill Farm's density is comparable to the existing neighborhood. I was going to go through his arguments, but plenty of people touched on density, so I will skip a whole page. While the board did not truly challenge and discuss Underhill Farms regarding density during the meeting, we hope that after the board took time and absorbed the facts, as was mentioned during the meeting, you will come back and discuss the density issues that were so obvious to others. If it was up to me, of course, I'd like to see the site remain as is. We were reassured when we moved to Yorktown 26 years ago that the site was untouchable to development due to zoning and historic preservation. But the town took care of that with the overlay zone. I understand times change. I understand that the property's owner has a right to develop the site. So I'm not opposed to the site being developed. What I am opposed to, though, is the development that significantly impacts the area, my neighborhood, and the historic integrity of the entire site. This development will forever change the charm of the original Beaver Farm property, the last of its kind in Yorktown Heights, which is why I'm asking you to please do a thorough job before you make any decision on Underhill Farm. Please consider how the current plan will adversely impact the surrounding neighborhoods and what changes can mitigate those adverse impacts. Fewer units, less commercial space, lower buildings, more preservation of the entire historic site, more screening along Glen Rock, such as Beaver Ridge Apartments, which cannot be seen from Glen Rock. Please don't let the developer pressure you into making a decision before you've completed a thorough, comprehensive review. You, the planning board, should control the process, not the developer. Thank you for listening, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next, I believe, is Howard Frank.
Good evening, and thanks for standing up for the residents of Yorktown. I know you have a lot criticism and everything like that, but I'm 62 years in Yorktown, and I served on the Conservation Board when it first started in 1970 to 1980, and one of the biggest problems we had then was Lake Caldor. If you remember that. Where did the drainage water come from? Came down Underhill Avenue from the so-called farms up there. And it's still running. But why isn't it flooding Lake Caldor now? It's because there's underground retention. There's huge concrete bathtubs there that hold the water like for 24 hours. And there's been hurricanes where Underhill Plaza around Giuseppe's house, and will still flood, especially if you do not do a drainage study. Listening to some of the comments at the previous meetings, somebody, one of the developers said, or one of the lawyers said, hey, we have to still get the Army engineers to give us some type of okay. Now, that must have something to do with the ponds, the flow of water. I couldn't find any definition of why the Army engineers would come in, unless there's a historical dam there that we don't even know about, where it was holding back the water for some particular reason. So I'd like to find out why the remark came about Army engineers. But the drainage problem has got to be addressed. One of the remarks, they haven't even dug up to see what size the culverts are. And I don't even believe there are manholes there. Trying to walk the site, it's all blocked off right now. I was looking for a culvert that has a manhole. So the first thing you do is lift up a manhole and find out how many dead bodies are down there. Another thing, see if it really will handle the flow of water. That's the maximum credible incident that we're going to have there is those ponds that are, even though they dredge them out and everything like that, nobody has done a drainage study to find out how much retention you really need in all directions. I couldn't find that. As far as the site plan, I would love to see the architectural rendering of what the apartments would look like. I mean, I'm living in Wilkes 62 years. I'm 87 years old. I would like to live in a nice condo with a swimming pool at least, so I don't have to go to Florida every winter. Anyway, the architectural plan of each apartment has got to be looked at. Is it really livable for a senior? The smallest senior apartment, in my opinion, should be at least 1,000 square feet. And they have to have a walk-in closet that's back-to-back with the next-door neighbor in a 4-unit townhouse. And you don't hear the toilet flush due to the walk-in closet. So the architectural plans have got to be looked at by the planning board. Even if you just cut back on the size of the units, it's got to be livable for seniors. Even the construction of the party walls on 4 units, you have to have a masonry wall, not 3/4-inch sheetrock. So that all should be addressed if you're going to upgrade the type of construction you're going to have there. Furthermore, I was looking at the plans, and it's not up on the wall anymore. Behind some of the units that are stacked 4 and 4, there was a big black streak, like a party wall or whatever. I couldn't find any notes on the site plan what this big looked like a retention wall between the houses. Maybe it's to do with the elevation that they had to do some type of retention. So you got to look at that elevation behind each townhouse to see if the people can actually use the back of that property. Otherwise, I agree with Mrs. Siegel. I hope you go over her comments very carefully. And the town should not get stuck with a lemon just by doing this new zoning law. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Burns.
Good evening, Chairman Fahn, members of the Planning Board, Sergio, Councilman. Kevin Burns, I'm a 23-year resident of Yorktown. I'm going to respect your request that I'm not going to say everything that's already been said. Or I will just say that I am in favor of this plan. Almost everything that I want to say was said by the second speaker, Kelly O'Connor. She could have said that she had that letter, basically the same thing. I'm looking ahead. My oldest kid is, well, 3 of my kids are already out of college. My youngest is a junior in college now, and we're looking down the road. And this is something, future senior citizens. I'm already eligible to be in a 55 and over, which just drives me nuts. But it's, I think it's just a great plan. And it's great for Yorktown. And another thing that I was kind of surprised at, there are so many former members of the Conservation Board speaking tonight. I'm also a former member of the Conservation Board. I remember doing site plans with you and Bob. But the reason I bring that up is earlier in the evening I heard Joe Rinna mention that he thought this was the best plan that he's ever seen. And Joe, I've seen, when I was on the Conservation Board about 4 or 5 years, Joe was one of the presenters, and every time he was there with a plan, he really knew what he was talking about. So for him to say that this is the best plan for Yorktown that he's ever seen, I take that seriously. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. I'm going to mispronounce this. I'm sorry. John Camprosio? Go on. Thank you. Frank Pambanico? Yeah, that's it. Go on. Brian Duffy. So I got that one.
Thank you, Board. It's my pleasure to be here this evening. 49-year resident of Yorktown, born and raising a family now in Yorktown, almost halfway through that. I'm going to say what I said 18 months ago when I came to another one of these meetings. Every time I go down to Underhill, all I see is a giant eyesore. This town has an opportunity. We have a competent developer. It's time to put a shovel in the ground. I'd say more, but I got to work tomorrow. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Tony Savastano. Left. Thank you. Laura Kosbar. Okay. Andy Walsh. Linda Petrovisky. Anthony Pichetti. I'm sorry.
I'm glad I moved up from attrition. I appreciate that. My name is Anthony Pichette. I've been here for a year. I hope that's okay. I can still speak. My major issue or question is as far as the traffic, would you ever consider asking the developers if they maybe have a plan, like we were talking about, maybe a way to get people in and out of there, like maybe increased public transportation, a shuttle service that you spoke of earlier, some alternate ways, because there really is no plan that I've ever heard of, and I'm kind of into this kind of stuff, that would reduce traffic without just taking cars off the road. I mean, that's really the only proven way to reduce traffic. So also I understand the developer, of course, is looking to make money, or else why would they do this? I'm wondering, I lost my train of thought. It's been a while. Also, let me reverse. Would there ever be consideration, or could you think about maybe having a roundabout there, because that also helps increase traffic? I'm sorry. The other thing, reduce traffic or increase flow around there, and it's been proved to be safe. I know the former supervisor discussed that a few times as well. And yeah, that's all I have to add. I just want to appreciate you guys all being here and staying here. I would go to planning board meetings too, but my wife only lets me go to one a week, so sorry, guys.
Thank you. Kevin Mooney.
Hello, Board. Thank you for your service and for letting the community voices be heard tonight. My name is Kevin Mooney. I'm a resident of about 8 years, and I guess that makes me a very new resident given the people that have spoken tonight. My support for what's being put forward is very straightforward. It really comes down to 2 points: investment in town services through payment of taxes and a desirable place to live. The property is not currently paying taxes. It's going to be converted into a tax-paying property. I feel taxes will then result in investment in our town. So thank you for that. The second point, desirable place to live. When I visit and drive through towns, and I do a lot of that with having 4 kids playing sports, I see a lot of towns that really fall into 2 groups. One is places I'd like to live, and the other is places I wouldn't even stop in or want to live. The places that fall into the second group are usually towns that have not made investments. They've not let investment development take place. There's usually an abundance of old, unused buildings that probably were very pretty at one point in time. Towns that fall into the group of places I'd like to live are usually towns that have creatively and thoughtfully found a way to develop and have alternative housing. Not everyone enjoys to mow a lawn. I've been doing it for a very long time. I don't want to do it when I retire. On a closing note, I've had the opportunity to visit the property and ask questions. I can tell from listening to a lot of the speakers tonight that they haven't had that opportunity. I encourage the developers to find a way to open it up to those people. I think when they step foot on the property, they'll realize what the opportunity is in front of them for the developer to move forward. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Madden. Great name.
Hey, how you doing? Good afternoon, good evening. Thanks for you guys' service today. Appreciate that. I have a lot to say. Obviously, you guys don't have a lot of time, but I also grew up in this town from 1978. I've given a lot of service to the town as far as being a licensed arborist, Connecticut arborist since '94. The town has asked me to do all sorts of things. I've helped to build the Yorktown Dog Park, planted the town holiday tree. I've done all sorts of things for the town. I also know what it is to be a corn husker. You know, when I grew up, there was cornfields behind my house, which is now Dorchester, and and I know that change is scary and all that sort of stuff. But when I drive down, I've worked at Beaver Ridge when it was Beaver Ridge. I actually maintained the Hope Garden in the back there of the pond at some time, and I've consulted for Sound View for Beaver Ridge, and I know that property is I support this development. I really do. I know that to a lot of people, removing a lot of the trees and all that sort of stuff is scary. But the truth is, there are those trees that are there. I've walked the property recently. They're mostly what they call volunteers, and the back area is all in what they call succession. It's at one time was agricultural, and it's been slowly kind of renaturalizing. But right now it's currently in a very unhealthy state. Most of the trees are diseased. Most of the trees there's actually too many trees. And in my professional opinion, I've done some work with the Conservation Board. I've taught at Teton Lake, AP Environmental Science. A lot of that wetland seems to be stormwater from Glen Rock. So I know that the pond there, there's a lot of issues going on there. But I also know that it's very difficult for elderly people to stay here. I actually recently just sold a house. My son's going off to college, and I have elderly people there that for 4 months have been trying to find a place to live.
Closer to the mic.
I'm sorry. So I've recently sold a house on Ossining Investment Property. My son's going off to an expensive college, and for 4 months, these elderly people have done everything they possibly can to find a place to live. They can't afford to go to Florida, and I think most of us who are getting near the retirement age, I have 5 years left till I can retire, are saying, well, let's go to Florida, but you can't go to Florida now because the prices are through the roof there as well. It is important. Somebody was speaking today about keeping our community intact, meaning our elderly have an ability to stay here. I know this is, I'm repeating a little bit, but it's so important. There's no place for elderly to find an apartment to live. And even if a portion of that property is going to be designated for that, and it's going to make our community more whole down in this area, keeping our elderly in this area, I think that's so important. And I don't know what, my father was a builder, my father was a builder here in the 80s and the 90s. And, to me, what I'm hearing tonight, and I've never come here, it would be impossible to appease everybody. And I think, this builder has from what I've seen, he seems to do beautiful work. And I can only imagine with the amount of thought and the people that he's hired and the intensive work that the town does with, trying to answer all these issues. It's amazing. I mean, I don't mean to, I'm not joking, but unicorn is fitting because you would need to be magic to make all this stuff, really possible in a time frame that's feasible for these guys to get anything done. I know that we need this. I'm sure that the traffic updates and increases are going to be helpful. I know it's scary with the increased population, but I believe that when they redo everything and with everything put in place and all the thought put into place, it's going to be an improvement. And right now it is a hole. It's not producing anything. The buildings are falling down. The buildings are in major disrepair, and I don't see anyone else jumping in to buy those properties to get into them and fix them. We have somebody here who's going to go in and fix these things, make them beautiful again, better than they would be if nobody was there at all. And we've seen that it's difficult to hold on to that property. We finally have someone here who's willing to do something about it and meet the needs of some elderly. And no, it's not going to be 100% elderly, but the guy's got to make some money too. Is right. And the town needs this in the worst way. So I really, really strongly hope that this goes through, and I hope you guys consider some of the needs of our elderly, because it really is that. I can't imagine not being able to stay here in the town I love. And I've been here since '78. I can imagine not being able to stay here, just downsizing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, that is it. So, procedure, what's that? That's it. No, at this point, we've gone through everybody. Everybody's had a chance to speak at length. If there's any rebuttal, you can put it in writing.
I think we should remind those people who signed up to speak and didn't can submit comments in writing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
After this. And, after having listened to to all the comments and reviewed everything that's been before us, I think we have a number of questions and issues yet to discuss. Because certainly I don't think our minds, or at least mine, isn't made up as to the entirety of this project. The issue we have, I want to just remind people, is that the town board set up the parameters of this site when they enacted the zoning legislation that put the overlay district in place and applied it to this property. So there's a number of parameters and there's a number of areas in which we have to operate under that law, okay? And as many people rightly pointed out, we have to consider the impacts of the various components of the overlay district and determine if it's the best use of the zone and to what extent we're going to do it. And for me, the issues remain as people talked about density. One of the issues I discovered when I was reviewing the material was that the density, which is units per acre, is different than floor area ratio, which is how much of a site can be built upon. And I think the calculations need to be reviewed carefully to make sure that they're in compliance with the overlay district and that the floor to area ratio is properly calculated. Okay? I'm not sure that that's been done. Another important point for me that was made tonight was consideration of wetlands. Why? It also goes to the density of the project, okay? You've got certain areas that are stream corridors that are not necessarily buffered or protected as the wetlands law of Yorktown may require. I'd like to consider securing the stream corridors I'd like to make sure that we do an adequate stormwater analysis on this project to make sure things are going where they're supposed to and that the capacity of what's being built can be handled. The issue is open in the documents that I've seen so far because the full study of the project doesn't show where the stormwater ends up and what the capacities are and things like that. Okay? Another important point for me is neighborhood connection. That was referenced a number of times tonight. Okay? Paul Moskowitz, I don't see him anymore, referenced green energy initiatives, and the final question that we need to consider is parking. I like the concept behind this project. We need the growth, we need the housing opportunities, we need the things that it offers. The question that remains for our final discussion, I think, at least for me, is to make sure that we analyze these points. These have been identified by us before. I'm looking forward to the continuing discussion on the board level as we work through these major concerns. I'm not leaving out history because I know we've identified that, okay? We have a lot of information that's been developed by the applicant in the environmental assessment form. We have a lot of information that was developed by the public tonight. And I think with all of that, we can come up with a successful project that's going to work for the developer and that's going to work for the town and the neighborhood. So that's what I'm looking forward to doing as we go forward with a project that, no rubber stamp here. You're going to watch and see how we do this. Thank you.
So procedurally,
Are you keeping the meeting?
I think we should keep it
You're gonna-
open.
you're gonna
Adjourn?
Adjourn it?
Yeah.
what's the feeling of the board?
That's the first thing I think you
What are we
should.
adjourning?
The public hearing.
Why? We've heard, because we've been here all night, we're on overtime. Why do we have to adjourn the public hearing? Why
complete the
can't we
record.
just leave it open for 10 days? So written thing.
What's the will
I
of
mean,
the
this is
board?
going forever.
I will move that we adjourn the public hearing.
What's your thought?
Because the record has to be complete.
I think, we decided at the beginning of the meeting that we weren't going to limit anyone's time limit to speak.
We didn't.
We've been here, we've let everybody speak without any limitations, and we're still here at this late hour, and we have no one before us to speak. I don't know what we're keeping the meeting open for. If there's a purpose to keep it open, I would be willing to listen to that. The purpose of having the public hearing is for the public to speak, and they've spoken. So I just don't see the need to continue the process. There is a 10-day, I think it's a 10-day period where people can submit written comments, so the people who had to leave early to go to work or whatever have the ability to write whatever their thoughts are, and the people who have spoken have the ability to write if they have any other thoughts within the next 10 days.
Do we
So-
have to limit it to 10?
No.
Rob, what's your thought?
Well, I guess my thought would be that the reason I would leave it open, adjourn and leave it open, would be to give the applicant an opportunity to respond to some of the questions. The thing that continues to surprise me, we are continuing to hear many of the same questions and covering some of the same things that we've already talked about. And people say they go to every meeting and they watch them on TV and everything else, and they still continue to state things that we've already covered, discussed, and so I don't know how much it'll improve it, but I think if there's a benefit of giving the applicant an opportunity, I'm actually pleased that they had that opportunity at the beginning to address some of the things that were in the public space, and I think that was appropriate. We didn't limit anybody to the time what they could speak. They gave a great overview of the project, and I think, my little scorecard here says this group is about 50-50. And so somebody said tonight, you're not going to please everybody.
Right.
But the reality is that in terms of leaving the meeting open, I think if the applicant would want to respond, we should give them that opportunity.
I would just like to say, I thought the process of closing the public hearing establishes a period at the end of that comment period, and then the applicant is required by us to respond to the issues. I've got 4 pages of notes. I wrote something down for everybody who got up to speak. So I think that information should be then presented to the applicant, and the applicant, is then asked by us to respond to all of the comments that I have from my notes and all the comments that all the other board members have, and anything else that we consider that Aaron talked about that's an open item, we should then present to the applicant, and he should then respond to us. And that should happen, I think, outside of the public hearing. The public hearing is for the public to be heard, and that's what we did.
Doesn't this, if we were to close the hearing, or, hold it open for X amount of days and then close, doesn't that start the decision-making clock? And are we ready to do that? What I mean by that is I believe there's a period of time, maybe, Jim, you can tell people what we're talking about.
Yeah, there's a 62-day clock under SECRA for the board to make a decision after the close of a public hearing. So it starts, the clock will start ticking as soon as you close. And I think it may be in the board's interest to have the developer's response before they decide whether or not to close that hearing.
Before we start that clock?
I don't want, if anyone else wants to speak, I just
well, I had...
No, I think that's the first good reason that I've heard to perhaps keep it open. I mean, because we've got perhaps a fairly lengthy list of things to still discuss.
I don't want to box us in.
No, and if the clock starts ticking, we may legitimately run out of time, unless we want to have meetings after meetings that are running late into the night.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, so I thought one of the ideas that we discussed was keep it open till Monday, but with the intention of closing it on Monday.
That's
so
fine.
so the clock is, that's a different 5 days.
Well,
So to me, that's not.
Well, the clock, I think the clock can be amended by agreement with the applicant.
That's exactly right.
So at the end of the 62 days, if there's no agreement, there's a default approval. And I don't think any developer would want to walk away with a default approval. It doesn't say anything, and I don't think it's an appropriate piece of paper that will do them in good stead. So I think that most applicants would be cooperative in talking about an extension of that 62-day window. Is that?
Yeah, I mean, the 62 window is rarely, it's on the books, Mr. Gladfeller is absolutely correct, but it's rarely employed with strict adherence. The applicants and the board absolutely work together, and all timelines under SECRA, time in between meetings or time after public hearings to respond in an EAF process and an EIS process. In all aspects of SECRA, the applicant and the board can work together to extend timelines.
Well, but now, to what benefit? I mean, we've heard the public, right? Public has spoken. Susan wants to speak again, but you can write it in. That's the whole idea, right?
I want to say it publicly. No, you can write it in.
If the applicant
can respond, then I
All right,
can respond.
all right.
We don't want to argue. She did.
So, can I, just to Mr. Phelan's comment, we're absolutely still within this relationship. We are duty bound to respond to you outside of the public hearing process. Once that process closes, then you do marshal your comments. Our discussion always continues under SECRA. We're still obligated to come in and satisfy the board in the same meetings that have happened prior to this public hearing, where we have presented to you, you have identified issues, we've come back with additional reports. That all remains.
And by the way, the SECRA process is not closed yet.
Right. No, I know that.
The SECRA process is not closed yet, so I don't know that the clock begins to tick unless the SECRA process is closed.
Okay, so
you still have an EIF that you have to.
Right. So you're saying by closing the public hearing, we're not necessarily starting the clock. Is that?
Yes, he did.
No, I'm just asking, John. It sounds like John's saying something different.
Well, go ahead.
Okay. I think if you close the public hearing, you start the 62-day clock.
Okay.
If you haven't finished the SECRA process, what that does is it clouds any developer's approval, and it makes it very difficult for the town to defend what it did. If the town allows the 62-day clock to expire without finishing the SECRA process.
Right.
So there's a lot of material here, and it's got to be digested. And we've been fortunate, we've been keeping up with it as we go along. And so we have, although you wouldn't know it from tonight, the issues are much narrower than they were when we closed the public hearing, the informational hearing, a year ago. So there's been a lot of progress, but I think we need to build on that progress. And by Monday, I think we need to drill down, and if there are other issues that the board has, that those need to be communicated to the applicant by Monday's meeting.
I would just add to that, I think this 62-day clock issue is not related. My interpretation of the statute is that you're not under the gun once the public hearing is closed, because that doesn't mean the secret process is closed. As it relates to closing the site plan process, right? Once you deem us final and complete in the site plan, the secret process concludes, that's when you have the 62-day. But again, let's go back to this 62-day thing. I've never seen a project, and I've been doing this for 20 years, where a developer says, it's day 63, I'm approved. I've never seen that happen.
All right.
I don't think it's, and I think that's in the state legislation. It's not the secret process law.
So what does the board want to do? You want to hold it up until Monday?
Yes. But why?
To get,
Well,
no. We just hold it open till Monday, so we got the ability to give them the questions that we have.
Okay, but as
and,
long as...
and hone it down. The public would have a certain period of time after that to write in comments.
It extends it, we can, it's basically going to extend the 10-day period after they get there.
Let me understand. On Monday, we're going to still have the public be able to talk?
We're going to address, correct me if I misspeak, we're going to address the questions and hone things down.
Good.
So Monday, we're going to formulate questions that we're
Right.
going to, that haven't been clarified.
Right.
Or what we deem not to be clarified.
And you can ask questions all the way through the secret process.
Right.
So
Holding the meeting open, the hearing open, doesn't preclude you.
By that. If you have
for 5 days
questions after Monday, you can ask them.
Yeah, you're doing that anyway.
So there's really no benefit to keeping the public hearing open. The process, as you've talked about, is going to continue, but the public has done what they could do here today,
We heard from everybody.
right? So, I mean,
But they can still write.
they can still write. It could be 10 days or it could be 15 days. You want to make it 15 days?
Okay. Good.
My concern was starting a clock, and if you're telling me that we're not boxing ourselves in, then I'm more comfortable. And I know that this board is going to put together a list and present the developer with a list of public comments that we've recorded and our own comments, and any outstanding items that we haven't covered. We're going to give them a master list of the topics that we need to continue to address. And that is the continuation of the secret process. So as long as that's going to happen and we're not boxed in time-wise, I'm more comfortable. But and I think the developer is saying basically, if I'm not putting words in his mouth, but I'm hearing him say that if we ask for an extension of the theoretical 62 days, we're going to agree on that.
Of course.
So
I don't even think it starts after this, but yes.
I just don't want to have a mountain of work that we have to get through and then be boxed in by the time constraints of the summer and everything else and our other schedules, and say we're never going to get through this pile of stuff that we've got to get through.
Well, you're not going to get through the pile of stuff you're not going to have a pile of stuff after you close the secret record.
Oh,
So
exactly.
your secret
exactly.
record is going to be open until you get through your pile of stuff. Right?
Exactly. Right.
So you're on solid ground. With time.
So you're telling me that the secret process being completed then starts the clock ticking?
No,
okay.
closing of the hearing.
There's two different.
Okay.
Correct me for a moment. The 62 days comes out of state town law.
Right.
Okay. Right.
Okay.
Secret process is another law. It doesn't have that 62
They're not
days.
related.
Right.
Okay.
With a trigger point for the 62 days, regardless of where it is. Remember, it's 2 months. That's in August. That's a lot of time. They've already indicated that most applicants that I've never seen the 62 days come up and become contentious. They always is cooperative to get the thing done in the proper manner so that the project moves forward in the proper manner.
Right.
But nevertheless, you can't approve it until the secret record is closed, and you have to conduct all your work within that process.
Okay.
So if those two clocks don't mesh, I think the SECRA process and the fact that you have not completed those reviews is what's going to control.
Correct.
Is that fair
Yes,
to you guys?
I think what happens a lot of times is on smaller projects, when you close the public hearing, you have a resolution ready. You know, here you're closing the public hearing, you're gathering the information, and there's still more to do. Keeping the hearing open until Monday, I think only makes it more confusing for this board, because your process, as John just said, is unfolding by law. You are marshaling information. You are giving us questions under the law. That's not going to change.
The only concern I have is that there be some mechanism for people to comment as we continue through our review. If we say we're going to close the public hearing portion, but keep the written period open for a longer time so we can get some comments in, that may address my concern. Is that something we can do?
I go for that.
You can, I think you
I
could.
just don't want the public to give us redundant comments all the time, so.
We've never closed the ability for the public to send us a letter.
Yeah.
As long as I've been here.
So you can keep the written comment period open. That would be part of the public hearing record. I think you can extend that to whatever number of days that feels reasonable.
Why don't we do 20 or 30 days?
Just to give a sort of interactive approach here. Let's just say the applicant comes in and clarifies something. There were a lot of questions tonight about the building, what's going to go in the building. And let's suppose the applicant comes back and says, okay, here's a few ideas. I think the comment period should be long enough that the public can comment on what those uses of the mansion building are going to be. Whether they want to do a fine dining restaurant, an on-site medical office for the residents of the complex, whatever it is that they want to do, there should be an opportunity for the public to comment on that. What I would hate to see is a process where the applicant comes in and says what they're going to do, and then the comment period is closed.
Well, I think there are two different things. Yeah, sure, sorry.
Hold that thought. How long do you think it's going to take you to get the answers to the questions that were asked tonight?
Well, I think that a 10-day or a 10-day written comment period for the public hearing record is reasonable. The comments have been coming in. We have dealt with comments already. Comments are flooding in.
Very aware.
So I don't want to be boxed in. You know what I mean? I think with my suggestion to the board, let's close the public hearing tonight. Let's close the comment period to the board, the written comment period as it relates to the public hearing after 10 days. We'll put that on a shelf and we're done with it. The communication for the public to the board is still open. They're not precluded. You don't delete emails after 10 days after a public hearing. You're still getting comments from the public and from us. But we don't. I can't sit here and say, unless I have a restaurateur who signed up and leased up, I can't sit here and say, 10 days from now, I'm guaranteed to have, a restaurateur here. And that's not fair to the applicant.
And I think that's not that you have to say it's a restaurateur, but are you considering a McDonald's in there?
Well, of course not. How are we going to do a high-end project and put a McDonald's in there?
I'm asking the question because it was asked. So I think that you could quiet some of the things we hear tonight just by answering some simple questions.
Yes, absolutely.
And I didn't want to bring everybody up and have a back and forth dialogue because that would go to hell in a handbasket. I think,
Excuse me.
Yeah.
When are you going to give us your questions? And I'll tell you when we're going to answer them.
All right.
Okay?
So we have.
Yes.
So
Monday at the meeting.
John
You're going to give us questions on Monday.
We're going to cull together everything.
Okay.
Well, I'm not agreeing to that right now. Okay, it's Thursday evening. Okay. Monday is in 2 working days.
I know.
You're very optimistic. We can let you know tomorrow once we look at. We're going to have to pull the transcript and go through some of the comments.
It's a lot of work.
And then, so are you suggesting that the questions asked by the public are your questions?
No, I think we're going to have.
No, we need to talk about it.
We're going to have to talk about it then. So it's not going to be Monday. It'll be Monday night when you formulate.
Right.
I would suggest we close the public hearing and then leave the written comment period open for a month. As we go forward, and if it's done, then we're done.
Is that?
Does the applicant feel that that's okay? Closing the public hearing and leaving it
Absolutely.
open for a month?
Yes.
Written for a month?
Yeah, for how many days? How many days are you saying to keep it open?
30 days.
No,
Now we're into July.
we're going to close the public hearing. In other words, no more public speaking on this, but we'll take written comments as the plan is finalized in case we need it. Yeah, in case someone-
So let's clarify what we're asking. You're asking to close the public hearing tonight, but then keep the written comment period for the public hearing open for 30 days.
Right.
That gets us into mid-July before we can even consider closing the secret process.
Yeah, I think 20 days would work better.
Fine. 20 days is fine. 20 days is fine.
Okay.
Obviously, you guys are
We can extend it if
critical
we
of
need to.
this.
Let's go
Well-
with 20
well,
days if that's your suggestion.
Yeah, 20, I happen to think 20 days would probably be fine as well. I'm not sure that the project should evolve quite that much, and then their subsequent comment on those evolutions. That's kind of never-ending process, right? There's a project, there's a proposal, public comment comes in on that proposal, and then the project evolves pursuant to that comment. Shouldn't have to evolve again pursuant to subsequent comment and
I know.
subsequent. Okay, so I think 20 days is probably fair and reasonable. And then there's significant amount of work. If you're going to formulate your questions for Monday evening, that's great. We have to pull together, the transcript from the public hearing and have those available. And then there's a lot of work, and Jim knows this quite well and has alluded to this, in closing the secret process of tying together in written form, all your determinations and evaluations of what all of the data that you've collected, including the public hearing, public comment. So there's a lot of work from here on in.
All right, I'll move then, I'll withdraw my other motion. I'll move that we close the public hearing, but keep the written record open for 20 days.
Second motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everybody, for all your help. This meeting
Motion
is...
to adjourn?
Is there a second? Thank you.